The Cotswold Way is a 100-mile trail from Chipping Campden to the Roman city of Bath. The trail follows the western edge of the Cotswold Hills, journeying through rolling pastures, Neolithic burial barrows, stately homes, historic battle sites, old woodlands, and of course the honey-coloured villages that make the Cotswolds so special and unique. Like I was, you'll hope to be captivated by the pure beauty and charm of this winsome land, as well as its intriguing ancient history. The Cotswolds are truly unique, frozen in time. It's almost as though you travel back to the 18th or 17th or even the 16th century, with the old stone buildings and the natural landscapes remarkably well preserved. I hiked this trail in August 2024. The weather was generally sunny and mild, with the odd atmospheric misty day. This is the only long distance trail to date which I've hiked without my tent and camping supplies, as I opted for alternative accommodation along the route, such as camping pods, shepherd's huts and guest houses. As with all of my trails, I met plenty of lovely people, as well as an array of adorable animals, domesticated, wild and farm animals alike. Taken on undulating terrain of the continuous rolling hills, I faced challenges, but each day on this trail was truly as wonderful as the last. So come along with me as I navigate this charming, rustic and quintessentially English part of the world on the Cotswold Way.
More information can be found at gwr.com/revenue protection.
I arrived in Chipping Campden around midday after being up since 5 AM to catch 3 trains and a bus to get here, so to finally reach the starting point after a long day's travelling to be greeted by this iconic market town was absolutely wonderful. The market hall, the landmark of Chipping Campden, lies at the centre of the village. It was built in 1627 by the town's wealthy benefactor, Sir Baptist Hicks, built out of the local honey-coloured stone to provide shelter for traders. Back then, townsfolk would trade goods such as cheese, butter and poultry. The stone ground, lovingly worn down by centuries of bustling trading, you can almost hear the shouts and echoes from market traders long since gone. In the 1940s, the market hall was almost sold to an American, but the local people heroically raised the money to buy it before the Americans could. The locals then decided to give it to the National Trust so that people, young and old, locals and tourists alike, can continue to cherish this delightful building for many years to come. Feeling pretty hungry and needing some dinner, I found Michael's, a quaint Mediterranean restaurant which served more as a cafe in the early afternoon. I ordered eggs Florentine, which is my favourite breakfast dinner dish when I'm out and about. It was delicious. The restaurant was so cosy, relaxing and well decorated, with unbeatable views of the historic market town. Before beginning my hike, I took a few minutes to wander around Chipping Campden's market hall and village centre just to take it all in. Chipping Campden is one of the best preserved and most historically important Cotswold towns. It was a planned town of the late 12th century. It was granted a market charter by King Henry II in 1185. It was then known as Campden. As in Old English, Campden meant enclosure, camp meaning open space and denu meaning in the valley. Chipping meant market in Old English, so Campden became Chipping Campden, and naturally over time, Chipping Campden. The importance of the wool trade over the centuries led to the market towns of the Cotswolds to gain substantial wealth, and still today, the Cotswolds is a wealthy district. This is reflected in the well-preserved buildings and landmarks, as many of the buildings along this high street actually date as far back as the 14th century. So I had officially started the Cotswold Way with a full tummy and with all the optimism in the world. Walking through such a significant place that I'd only ever seen through photographs is truly perspective altering, as you now feel a part of its story. When the Romans invaded England, they brought with them sheep. These sheep mated with the local sheep, creating a breed known as the Cotswold Lions, which produce some of the finest wool in all of Europe. The wool of the Cotswold Lion was known as the Golden Fleece, and it was an important export. It not only played a major role in the development of many Cotswold towns and villages, but also in the finances of the nation. However, as times have changed, the Cotswold Lion are a very rare breed, and although not an endangered species, the species is classified as at risk. With a wonderful and lustrous fleece and fantastic temperament, it's no wonder that they were a favourite to farm. However, since there are only about 1,350 breeding ewes of the Cotswold Lion in the country, they are considered at risk. There's an association called the Cotswold Sheep Society, and they've been absolutely pivotal to the rescuing of this breed of sheep from the brink of extinction. I recommend looking at the Cotswold Sheep Society, as they actively run social and educational events and even have a little online shop on their website, all to raise funds in the name of preservation, perseverance and culture. When it comes to trail planning, particularly the Cotswold Way, with navigation and stops for the night, most people don't know where to start or can't afford to spend a couple grand on uppermarket tours. So I found a company called Big Trail Adventures, who plan your adventures for you based on your own hiking pace and build you a custom itinerary, give you details for baggage transfers if that's your thing, find a variety of available accommodation to suit you on the trail, which you book directly, saving approximately 40% of what you'd normally pay through tour operators, which I'm sure you guys, like myself, would much rather spend on nice cafe stops with tea, sandwiches and scones, or a few pints and pub food at the numerous old English taverns along the trail. You also get their app with door-to-door GPX to track your location and progress, so it's very hard to get lost. And you can also give your friends and family your live location info as you hike if you choose to, which is super important for safety, especially for me as a solo female hiker. So just a great option for anyone looking to hike your own Cotswold Way adventure or any other adventure, especially on a budget. I reached Dover's Hill, my first high viewpoint of the trail. Every year on the first Friday after the spring bank holiday, Dover's Hill echoes with the shouts and cheers of competitors and spectators as the Robert Drover's Cotswold Olympic Games are celebrated. These games first began in 1612 and ran until 1852. They were revived in 1963 and still continue to this day. The games begin with the traditional marching of bands and firing of cannons. Some of the event's activities include the tug of war, running and wrestling, and the most prestigious and fiercely competed for event is the shin-kicking tournament, where contestants hold each other by the shoulders and try to kick their opponent's shins to force them onto the ground. The stickler, or the judge, has to make sure that shins are kicked before a fall can count. Kickers wear traditional white smocks that would have been worn by local shepherds, and they're allowed to fashion a protective shin guard made from straw. The evening is then brought to a spectacular end with the lighting of a fire, setting off fireworks, and a torchlit procession into Chipping Campden. Hey guys, so yeah, I'm here on the Cotswold Way. It's the 12th of August 2024 and it's 30 degrees. I know it looks very overcast, but oh my god, it is so warm. It was dead sunny before, but yeah, what do you expect? It's summer. 30 degrees I can handle only just. Yeah, so as you know, Cotswold Way, I'm just kind of about 2 miles into it. So left Chipping Campden. I had to get 3 trains and a bus to get here. So woke up at 5 AM and got ready. Cameron gave me a lift to the train station on his day off, bless him. Had to do it really early. But he's happy to do it, he's wonderful. So yeah, got the train at about 7. 3 trains later, I'm in Moreton and Marsh, and then is it the number 1 or the number 2 bus, or I think either, take you to Chipping Campden. Got the 10:45 bus to Chipping Campden. Got here, realised, oh my god, I've not eaten anything today. I was starving, so I thought I'm gonna just nip into a little cafe bistro thing, and had an amazing eggs Florentine. Oh my god, and I've had 2 black coffees. so I should be energised for this, although this is actually going to be a fairly short day in comparison to, you know, my other multi-day hike. So I'm only doing about 5 miles today, because given how unreliable trains are and public transport today, it's actually been like spot on. So luckily I've not had to worry about that, but I thought I'll give myself a buffer. I'll only walk about 5 miles because I'll arrive in the afternoon. If everything's on time, which it was, I'll arrive about midday. And if there are delays and cancellations, and it could even be, you know, it'll be later, it'll be into the afternoon. So I thought 5 miles to start with. The place that I'm staying, I'm not currently walking, because there's a road there and it'll be loud. So I'm just kind of staying in this field while I explain. So, and just, you know, enjoy the beautiful views of the field and everything. So this is actually the first time that I've done a multi-day long distance hike without bringing my camping equipment and my tent. So my bag is much lighter, thank god. It's still, you know, it's got a lot of, you know, some weight in it, because it's got my food and my water and my clothes and everything, and my power bank, but it's not, you know, it's not got my tent, it's not got my cooking equipment, my sleeping stuff, sleeping bag, all that sort of stuff. I thought, because wild camping on the Cotswold Way is pretty much a no-go. There's like, unless you want to camp in a farmer's field, you're not going to get anywhere with wild camping really. That's what everyone said, and I've looked online And in terms of campsites, there are campsites along the route. As far as I could find online, they were either few and far between, a little bit off the trail, or fully booked. Because it's August. Like, let's face it, it's the summer holidays for kids, and you know, everything's going to be booked. But weirdly enough, there were loads of options for accommodation. So I've been on things like Airbnb and Booking.com, and just searching kind of like camping pods and shepherd's huts. So that's what is going to accommodate, like that's the type of accommodation that is going to be on this trail. So a bit different, because like I said, every other long distance multi-day hike I've done, I've carried my entire camping equipment with me, and I've camped for at least some of it, if some days I do stay in accommodation. So tonight I'm staying in a shepherd's hut just outside of Broadway, so just after Broadway Tower, which is a couple miles that way. Just after Broadway Tower, I'll get into a little hamlet, and that's where I'll be staying. It's on Rookery Farm, and it's a little shepherd's hut, so check-in's not until 3, and it's currently 1ish, I think. Yeah, it's 8 minutes past 1. So I've got, you know, a couple hours to get there. I say a couple hours to get there. I shouldn't arrive like within a couple hours. Basically, I'm taking my time because check-in's not until 3. So I've got 2 hours basically, so I'm not in a rush at all. Oh wow, just look at this field. I know it's just like grass, but I hope it shows up on the camera as nice as it looks here. Anyway, I'm going to get a move on in a second. Just wanted to chat and let you guys know what's going on. So tonight is a shepherd's hut. Some other nights are going to be like staying in people's homes and things like that. You know, like Airbnb, when they like let out the rooms and things like that. So that'll be interesting. I've done that a couple of times. And it's, you know, it's gone well so far. I've met some very nice people. And another night is like a camping pod, another night is like a place all to myself, so it's a nice mix of different types of accommodation, so it'll be very exciting. And as always, yeah, I'm hiking this solo. I enjoy my my long distance solo hikes. I'm very lucky with a flexible job, so I can kind of just, as well as booking holidays, move my days around, use my hours and all that stuff. So people do often ask like how I'm able to do this and work. I just have a really flexible job basically, luckily. So so yeah, that's why, and again, that's why I do it on my own. I've done some walks with Cameron, but his job's, you know, like it's a proper full-time, full-on design job, so so you know, he has to book his time off well in advance. Anyway, here's the noisy road that I have to cross, and onwards to Broadway Tower, and then the little shepherd's hut on the farm that I'm staying at. there are so many bugs right now, like flying all over the place. You can't see them because they're tiny little mayflies, but they're just getting like stuck to me. I can feel them everywhere. Anyway, I'm about a mile from Broadway Tower, and I think for the day I'm roughly at the halfway point, which again, it's a very short day. So I think I've done about just over 3 miles. So how I'm kind of navigating this, and to gauge how far in I am, I'm using the hiker app. So as you can see, that's where I am, that's where I started, and where I'm staying tonight is just around, you see that spike, a little bit south of that. So yeah, so it's a little bit off the route, but then I'll just be rejoining it. It's like a mile, if that. So yeah, about a mile off route, so I'll be doing an extra mile or two just based on that. But yeah, as you can see, that's the hiker app. That's what I use because it's got offline maps and all that stuff. If you want a yearly subscription and you want 50% off, you can use the code TinyPineDesignsUK. It's brilliant. I use this for all my hikes. Like, I'm not just, I've not been told to say this. You'll see my earlier videos before I even had a promo code for it, that I'm like, oh, I'm using my hiker app to just navigate and all that sort of stuff. So it is genuinely what I use. And it's cool because you can get like I said, offline maps, 3D maps, satellite, historical, yeah, so you can see that. And if I've activated 3D maps now, so you can see, how cool is that? It's pretty flat, you know, got a bit of a hill there, so, you know, obviously you can read the contours, but it's always so useful to see an actual slope. So just pretty cool, yeah. Loads of other features. You can record your own hikes, which I've done as well, and post them, so it's brilliant. That's all really. Yeah, again, the code is TinyPineDesignsUK, 50% off the yearly subscription. That's like 20 something quid. I get a little bit of a kickback from it, so if you are like looking into getting an app with GPS tracking so you'll never get lost, then you might as well get that. Hiker, it's pretty good. And they've got millions of hikes around the world on the app, even like little ones that you would have never heard of. That's how I find my hikes as well, to be honest. I as well as going on the LDWA website, the Long Distance Walkers Association, sometimes I find my hikes on there, but sometimes I just go on the hiker app on the search feature and it'll pop up with ones in the area, or whatever area you're looking at, popular ones in the area and all that stuff. Anyway, so yeah, that's all really. But back to all this. I've got all these little flies stuck to my arm because my arms are sticky because of sweat and sun cream. Oh, it's just such a, it doesn't look hot, but it's hot. It's 30 degrees, it's a hot day, and it's very muggy, it's very, the air's thick and warm. So I think this might be the hottest day on the trail, so it should get cooler from now on, which will make it much easier. Not that I'm struggling. It's been pretty easy going, actually. So there's been like one incline, and that was pretty steady, easy enough. That was just out of chipping Campden, and since then it's been nice and flat, and I'm just seeing it opening. I've been walking along this dirt road for like an hour. And it's just been the same, so I can't wait to see some views. So I can see some coming up now, some nice looking fields. little limestone trail. Cool, so I'm on 2 different trails at the minute, and this little kind of, I suppose it's a hill, you know, it's quite high up. It's called Fish Hill. I'm sure you guys can hear the noise of the road through there. That road's called Fish Hill, and this little hill's called Fish Hill. So it's some walkers there. That's stunning. That was lovely to walk through that wheat field. It was so dense. It was a lot of fun. Oh wow. Nice and shaded. Tell you what, this heat is bringing out some really nice smells. Like all the flowers around you can just smell because the heat is like bringing them out. So that is one good thing. And obviously the weather, it's just beautiful weather. You know, I'm not one to complain about the heat really, unless it's like ungodly. This isn't actually too bad. Say that. I think I'm just remembering what it was like on the coast to coast in May 2023 during the heat wave at the end of May. Oh my god, that was awful. That was over 30, definitely. But this is apparently 30, and while it is very thick in the air, I don't know, maybe it's because there's a good amount of shade that I've been walking under, or a lighter backpack, I'm not sure, but I'm just so enjoying this. This is proper quintessentially English countryside, and of course once we see the little cute villages and hamlets in the Cotswolds that we'll be passing through, that's all very quintessentially English as well. It's just so nice. Here we go, Fish Hill. So if anyone wants to read any of this, then pause, wildflowers, very cool. Listen to that. Oh my god, that's amazing. There were multiple information boards here of the Cotswolds and the Cotswold Way. They read the Cotswolds, designated as an area of outstanding natural beauty since 1966. The Cotswolds National Landscape is internationally recognised for its natural beauty and distinctiveness. The Cotswold National Landscape covers 790 square miles, stretching from Campden in the north all the way to Bath in the south. The Cotswold Way National Trail is 100 miles long, winding its way along the western edge of the Cotswold Escarpment from Campden to Bath. Much of the Cotswolds is still working farmland. Beneath the Cotswolds lies a well-known section of oolitic limestone that stretches across England, providing perfect conditions for over half of England's unimproved Jurassic limestone grasslands, a vital habitat for plants, insects, birds and other wildlife. The Cotswolds is home to internationally important lowland beech and yew woodland. A network of hand-built dry stone walls covers the Cotswolds and is estimated to total around 4,000 miles in length. People have lived, worked and farmed in the Cotswolds for over 6,000 years. The area has a rich history, with many hill forts, long barrows, standing stones, Roman remains and battlefields found across the Cotswolds. The Cotswold Way National Trail will take you on a journey through a landscape steeped in history. Walking the 100-mile trail, you pass by Neolithic long barrows from 4000 to 2400 BC, Iron Age hill forts from 1200 to 600 BC, Roman remains and medieval cottages. Following the western edge of the Cotswold National Landscape, the trail passes through nationally important limestone grassland and beech woodlands, which are important habitats for a variety of flora and fauna. Amazing views can be enjoyed from a number of high points along the route, including Cleeve Hill, the highest point in the trail at 325 metres or 1,066 feet. The trail's looked after by local highway authorities and a fantastic group of volunteers, the Cotswold Voluntary Wardens, who you may meet while walking the trail. The Cotswold Way Association charity supports the funding of improvements along the trail. You can make a donation towards its future at cotswoldwayassociation.org.uk/fundraising. Broadway Tower is just come into view now, just there peeking over that mound, right by the trees there. That's kind of like my where I'm going to leave the trail for today, and then like I said, go off route for a mile or however long, half a mile, and yeah, head down into that little hamlet. Oof, I'm getting hungry again, man. Honestly, it was so nice walking through those woodlands because it was so nice and cool. Trees make all the difference and it's such a lovely breeze right now, like just feeling good, feeling really good. Hey, you okay? You're breathing pretty fast. You do have some water there. I hope you're okay. It's a very hot day. Can't imagine what it's like under all that wool. Oh, so cute. Make sure you drink that water. Broadway Tower is an iconic landmark on top of the beautiful Cotswold escarpment. It was the brainchild of the great 18th century landscape designer, Lancelot Capability Brown. Broadway Tower and Park is a family-owned Cotswold destination set within a 200-acre estate of parkland, allowing visitors to experience great English heritage in an inspiring location. 15 feet below ground on the Broadway Tower estate lies a relic of the Cold War. The former monitoring bunker was once a part of a wider network of similar structures all around the United Kingdom, built to study and report the effects of nuclear explosions and the resulting radioactive fallout. The Saxon-style tower is the Cotswold's highest castle, and as well as exploring the nuclear bunker below, visitors can climb 3 museum floors, reliving its history and seeing how it would have been in late Georgian and Victorian times, before climbing to the rooftop viewing platform from which up to 16 counties can be seen. This was the site of an RAF bomber crash. The memorial reads, "At this location, on the 2nd of June 1943, at 14:15 hours, A.W. Whitley, Z6639 of number 24 OTU, RAF Honeybourne, Worcestershire, crashed while on operational training. In memory of Pilot Flight Sergeant Harris Gordon Hagan, Navigator Sergeant Richard Stanley Ted Phillips, Bomb Aimer Flight Sergeant Donald Herbert Kelly, Wireless Operator Air Gunner Sergeant Donald Alfred Marriott, and Rear Gunner Sergeant George Edward Ekins." The narrative of this fatal crash is that Whitley Z6639, while on an operational training flight, the pilot Sergeant Hagan was given a red signal by the airfield controller, and in making a circuit struck a hill in cloud 200 yards from Broadway Tower. First on the crash scene were 2 Royal Observer Corps, Ernest Hollington and Albert Lowe, who braved the flames to rescue Sergeant Ekins, who sadly later died, and the rest of the crew died immediately on site. In June 1998, an event was held to mark the 55th anniversary of the crash, with a plaque and painting placed in the tower's restaurant. At this point, I'd be leaving the Cotswold Way trail for the day and would make my way back to Broadway Tower to rejoin the route the following day. I stopped by the Broadway Estate Cafe for some refreshments and a little browse of their shop because it was still 30 degrees out, it was hot and sunny, but it was obviously beautiful. And it was about a mile or so downhill to Rookery Farm, where I had a cosy little shepherd hut waiting for me as my accommodation for the night. Hey guys. So I just got in a few minutes ago, and yeah, just been unpacking a few of my things, so I'll just give you guys a quick little tour. So obviously front door, you've got a mini kitchen, like a kitchenette there, fridge, cupboards, and you know, dishes and glasses and mugs and stuff. Got a microwave. There is no hob or oven in here, but that's fine, like I knew that, but there is a microwave. And through there is the bathroom, so toilet and cabinet there. Shower, you know, it's pretty nice, it's pretty basic, it's all you need really. And got a little seating area here. You've got a lovely view out there, like the fields and stuff, and the sun's really coming in, it's lovely. It's just the little bed section, it looks dead cozy, and yeah, it's got a kind of like a view of like a tree trunk, and then the other shepherd's hut. But yeah, it's nice and private enough, you know, there's curtains anyway. And yeah, just kind of brought my own little lights, which I'm glad about because there's only like this thing, and yeah, but look how cute it is. So I'm gonna make some food. I'm gonna probably do some sketching and watercolours and just chill out because I'm so hungry and so tired.
Dear Irene, I wish that you could be here. The apple trees have grown to be so tall. It's been years and tears between our time together. Little children running in the hall. I went looking for the reasons in the darkness. Could I really be that kind of man? And I think that I was taking you for granted. I'm afraid that might be who I am. I came here to explain, but the car broke down again, and I walked home just to falling all to pieces. I guess you never knew the hole I fell into, but it got its teeth in me and it won't let go. I thought I was something pretty special. I guess that's how you think when you're so young. And I stacked the bricks so high they fell down on me. Just another guy whose time has come and gone. I've been running around with a crew of broken shadows. They don't give a damn about anyone. They got $100 bill left on the table. If you don't pull that trigger, man, don't carry around that gun. But I have memories, vacations by the sea, and now they're buried deep beneath the sand. I'm just like a leaf that's blowing in the wind. Home is anywhere that I land. Show my face to my reflection. I'm afraid I might turn into stone. Everything I do cries out for mercy. Sweet Irene, won't you pick up the phone? Sweet Irene, won't you pick up the phone?
Hi. You're brave. Hey. Oh, so So cute. Hey! These are the most tame sheep I've ever seen. I just want to go for a little walk down here and it's like they're not moving, which is cool, but it's making me a bit nervous. Like they're just, oh my god, oh my god. Sorry guys. You're right. See what I mean? I mean, it's really sweet and lovely, but it's so unusual. Hey guys. Why are you stuck like that? Wow. Oh my god. I'm so glad I came this way. Oh my god. Look at these views. I've never had this happen before. This sheep just came right up to me. Look. Please don't eat my clothes. No, no, no. Oh god, not my bottle. Don't piss on my bottle. Oh my god. Oh my god. As if that just started happening. I actually can't believe this. Like, what just happened? This sheep just came up behind me. Someone just started pissing right near my bottle. I don't know if it went on. Right, I don't know what the deal is with you guys. Hey, please don't wee on my bottle as well. I can't believe this. It's cute but strange. Oh wow. Good morning guys. What a beautiful day already. It's going to be another hot 30 degrees today. Nice and sunny. It's August 13th 2024, about 9 AM. Just set off about 15 minutes ago from the Shepherd's Hut. It's about 3/4 of a mile straight uphill to, basically I'm heading back to Broadway Tower where I left the trail. I could have taken like a shortcut and gone, but I thought it's just direct up this hill. It's not very far, just uphill. So it's been alright actually, you know. It's not, because it's the morning, it's not as hot as it's going to be, and there's been a lot of shade from trees, so it's been alright to be honest so far. And I'm just excited for today and the sunshine and all the views. I'm going to be passing through Broadway very soon, so that'll be nice, like a nice little proper Cotswold village. I'll probably be there in about a couple of miles, I reckon. Now back on the Cotswold Way. I think that was like a good, yeah, like a mile off route, so I've done an extra mile or 2 miles there and back. God, I'm just so lucky to be here. I just saw the views open up. I think just beyond these trees you'll see Broadway, and all the way to the horizon. Just see the horizon, and it's like kind of hazy, but it's also quite a clear day, as you can see. But oh god, it's just the views, man. They're so, well, not at the minute because of the trees, but what I've just seen, like, they're so expansive and panoramic. Getting like a proper glimpse of the views of, you know, this whole area, the Cotswolds. It's like, it's flat and it's farmland. It's just beautiful. I love a good rugged, hilly, mountainous landscape, but I also love a beautiful, like, rolling hills, little villages and hamlets and wheat fields kind of view. So yeah, there you go. It's coming back into view now. Look at that. Wow, what a start to this day. Oh my god, I just hope the camera does it justice, because what I'm seeing with my eyes, it's beautiful. It's picturesque and serene. There's a cute little bench there. I think Broadway is just behind this tree. You'll see the little village. It's difficult to describe just how it felt to be here on this perfect warm morning out in these fields, knowing that at the end of this path I'd be walking into the jewel of the Cotswolds. And as well as being present and in the moment, your mind can't help but wander off in deep imagination of traipsing through these lands centuries back, what residents and travellers would have seen, heard, smelled or thought back then, what troubles and dramas they were having, what they loved and who they loved, how different they were from us and what similarities we'd share. As I looked over the vast landscape before me of towns and hamlets preserved like they once were, it's a stark reminder and realisation of the lives lived and memories shared between people long since gone, and stories, so many stories, silly, harrowing, deep, complex, romantic and devastating, and you really do feel all of that here. At the bottom of these steps, I'd meet a woman looking for directions to Broadway Tower, as it wasn't very visible from this section of the hill. I thought I'd switched off my camera for the conversation and didn't know that I was still recording. It was just a brief and simple conversation, but I'll leave some of it in just because.
Hello.
Good morning, you're right.
Well, I'm actually looking for, what's it called? The tower?
Oh, Broadway Tower?
Yeah.
It's just up there, so from there, for about, I'd say 20 minutes maybe.
Oh my god, that's a long... I come from in the town.
Yeah, I took that picture at 5 past, it's 20 past now.
Oh, so I'm heading in the right direction?
Yeah, it's
because I just thought...
You're on the path, yeah.
I thought, if it's this big, why can't I see it anywhere?
There's a lot of false summits.
And I'm looking around thinking, I cannot see a tower.
Yeah,
so I thought, well...
Yeah, don't worry, it's up there. It's up there. It's taken me 15 minutes to walk down, so
yeah.
Walking up might be a bit longer, maybe 20.
Okay, as long as I'm heading in the right direction,
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Stick to the path.
When I asked the lady, she said, yeah, take the public footpath, which I found, which is up by the roundabout. And then she said, it's all marked, Broadway Tower.
Okay.
I haven't seen one Broadway Tower. I've seen lots of, the public footpath, so I thought, oh, well, I'll just keep following them.
I didn't see any Broadway Tower signs, but as long as you follow signs for the Cotswold Way, it takes you through there.
Perfect.
So, yeah, it's just follow the path.
I'll keep going.
You'll be alright.
Thank
Have
you
a
so
good
much
day.
for your help.
No worries.
Have a good day.
You too. There's Broadway just there. So, just a little bit further downhill. And I don't know if I've mentioned, today is going to be a pretty long day, so I think the mileage I'm looking at between 15 and 20 miles. Hopefully I won't make it there too late. I'll try not to stop for too long today when I do stop, and stop like I am now. But I've been taking like loads of pictures and obviously videos and stopping to look at the flowers, so I'm not completely beelining my way there, which I don't want to do. I want to experience the trail and proper take it in, but at the same time I need to keep a good pace. So I've made some pretty good ground already today. I've been walking for an hour. I've done just over 2 miles and I'm just heading into Broadway now, as you can see. I think if there's a cafe that I come across, I'll go in for like a quick bite, because I've had some ginger biscuits and lemon and ginger tea this morning, but I fancy like a sandwich, you know, something for breakfast, or I suppose it's nearly lunch now. It's like 10:30, late breakfast, brunch, whatever. But I fancy like something savoury, like a sandwich, you know, or a panini, or I don't know, something like that, or a toastie, I'm not sure, but very excited. Wow, look at this already. Broadway, often referred to as the Jewel of the Cotswolds, is a village that lies just over the border in Worcestershire, where the Cotswolds meet the Vale of Evesham. Broadway gets its name after its gracious, grass-fringed main street, which is one of the longest high streets in England. Its position along the track, or Broadway, gave its name, Bradaway, which naturally, over time, turned into Broadway. Broadway has been documented as far back as 1900 BC, and after Roman rule came the Anglo-Saxons, with evidence of small Anglo-Saxon farms and graves where knives, spears, beads and brooches were excavated in the 1950s. In the 1600s, Broadway was a busy stagecoach stop on the route from Worcester to London, but as coach travel declined, the village mellowed into a sleepy backwater. When William Morris, the leading influence in the arts and crafts movement, adopted the hilltop Broadway Tower as his country retreat in 1800, many of the village's handsome buildings were run down, making it an ideal affordable base for artists. Among the Victorian creatives who colonised Broadway were the American painters John Singer Sargent, Francis Millett, and Edwin Austin Abbey. Francis Millett, who came to the village in 1885, not only moved in with his family in Farnham House, but acquired the 14th century Abbott's Grange, which he restored and converted into a studio. He was soon joined by several artist friends who established, in keeping with the fashion at the time, a kind of artist colony, such as existed in Newlyn and Whitby. Victorian poet Edmund Gosse described the 14th century converted art studio Abbott's Grange thus: "A medieval ruin, a small ecclesiastical edifice, which was very roughly repaired so as to make a kind of refuge for us, and there, in the morning, Henry James and I would write, while Abbey and Millett painted on the floor below, and Sargent and Parsons tilted their easels just outside. We were all within shouting distance, and not much serious work was done, for we were in towering spirits, and everything was food for laughter. Henry James was the only sedate one of all, benign, indulgent but grave, and not often unbending beyond a genial chuckle."
Blue sky come bearing up before us, we hang on the hem of your gown. Blue sky come, promise not to leave us, tarry not to our town. There's a darkness in the valley, heavy branches crack and spit. If we holler, will you hurry? Can you hear us through the wind? Blue sky calm, dancing in between us. Take us up, lay us down. Blue sky calm, promise not to leave us, tarry not to our town. our town, tarry not to our town.
Feeling hungry and with countless cafes and tea rooms to choose from along the high street, I chose Hunter's Tea Room and ordered a delicious egg mayo sandwich on granary bread with a side salad and a double espresso. I just loved the vibe in here with a true cottage feel. It was just what you'd expect from a cosy little cafe in the Cotswolds. With the exposed stone walls, it was just a perfect blend of cottagecore meets rustic farmhouse. Feeling full and refreshed, I made my way back on the trail, soon to be leaving Broadway, but excited to know that I'd be shortly passing through more spectacular hamlets and villages of Stanton, Stanway and Winchcombe. True to its artistic heritage, nowadays Broadway is well known for its creative charm, with antiques and art still playing a prominent role in its legacy. With a variety of galleries, it's easy to find unique works from both local and nationally recognised artists. As an artist myself, I found this all very exciting and felt a good connection here, though I had little time to browse such shops, galleries and boutiques as I had a long day's hiking ahead of me. I will return here and explore with a slower pace, as shopping and browsing in Broadway is less about high street brands and last minute deals, but more about discovering unique pieces and hidden gems that reflect the village's deep historical roots, and that is just my kind of thing. Tell you what, that was a bit of a climb out of Broadway then. Just through that field and up. Wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't sweltering today. Anyway, there is Broadway Tower. So where I've come from today, I've come from beyond there. Just about 3/4 of a mile down the hill, or a mile down the hill from there. Up, over, down and here. So yeah, it looks like I could have just gone straight line and cut that out, but I didn't want to cut Broadway out, and I'm so glad that I didn't. It was beautiful and proper Cotswolds, you know, so that's why I'm doing this walk. So anyway, God, can't wait to get in that shade. There's Broadway Tower again. It's cool that you can still see it, even though it feels like I've been walking, well, I have been walking for ages since there, but it still looks fairly close by. But it's because I've done kind of like a loop. That's just how the trail goes. Oh God, it's hot. So the next little village I'll be passing through is Stanton. That's in like a couple of miles, I think. I think it's up over this hill and then down and around that way. So yeah, I need to, something that I should have done in Broadway was pick up some water. I've got like, it's attached to me so I can't really like angle it. I've got like half a bottle, so it'll last me till then, but it will not last me until Bishop's Cleeve. I'm gonna see how I'm doing for time when I get to Winchcombe, because the place I'm staying tonight, it's someone's kind of like it's like letting out the room. It's like a B&B but on Airbnb. I'm sure you guys know how it works. So I don't want to get there too late because I feel like it's just a bit rude if I turn up like after 10 or 9 or something. Oh, there's cows and calves there. So you know, for their sake, I wouldn't want to get there too late. I just feel like it's a bit rude to rock up after sunset, or too long after sunset anyway. But when I have more of an idea as to how long I'll be, I'll give them an ETA. This is just a long day. I just underestimated the length of, well, I mean, I think I just underestimated the route. It's not been tough. I mean, that bit coming out of Broadway was just because of the sun, like it is now. It's just a bit much, you know. I don't want to get heat stroke. I really don't want to get heat stroke or sunstroke, so I'm a bit worried about that. I just stick to the shade and get as much water as I possibly can and keep applying sun cream. I should have brought a hat. That's something I forgot. I've got sunglasses on, but I totally forgot a hat, like a nice kind of light coloured hat so it doesn't absorb the heat. If I see one, I might pick one up. So yeah, anyway, look at these cows.
silence echoed in the room. So close, secure, completely pure. You came to be right here with me. Now I'm yours. Now I'm all yours, baby. Now I'm yours. Now I'm all yours, baby. Before you, there was no plan. I stumbled through the waking hours. Before this little life began, I never dreamed a love like ours. So close, secure, completely pure. You came to be right here with me. Now I'm yours. All yours, baby. Now I'm yours. All yours, baby. Now I'm yours.
Hey. Hey guys. Hiking in 30 degrees Celsius heat really is something, and as beautiful as the bright golden sunshine looks, it definitely adds another layer of challenge to the hike. Despite impending potential dehydration and sunburn on my fair freckled skin, and yes, I did keep reapplying sun cream, nothing could have taken me out of the moment as I approached Stanton. And yeah, despite the heat that it brought, I was so thankful for such beautiful weather, as the sunshine really did bring out all of the colours and enhance the pure beauty of this marvellous place. This is Stanton, and I felt like I was in a fairy tale. Stanton is an outstandingly beautiful village. It's what dreams are made of. Picture the perfect village, and this is it. A place that would inspire anyone to become a poet or a painter. Only a small village. Here there are no shops, no guest houses, no tea rooms, so no tourists, but there is a pub. You might think that Stanton seems to have remained oblivious to its own perfection, or rather, it knows how to keep its peace. The village, situated on the lower slopes of Shenbarrow Hill, can easily be explored in under an hour, but will make you want to stay forever. Along Main Street is lined with picturesque 16th and 17th century Cotswold stone cottages, many featuring the mullioned windows, steep gables and thatched roofs that have given the Cotswold region such a distinctive character. The village, built almost completely of Cotswold stone, the honey-coloured Jurassic limestone, has been described as architecturally the most distinguished of the smaller villages in the North Cotswolds by English philanthropist David Berry. The Daily Telegraph described Stanton in 2017 as arguably the most beautiful Cotswold village of them all. The Huffington Post said, "It's one of the prettiest and idyllic, unspoilt villages of the Cotswolds." And I, Jennifer Stevens, state that Stanton is the picture-perfect village that would inspire anyone to become a poet or a painter. So you can stick that on Wikipedia. The village was carefully restored by the architect Sir Philip Sidney Stott, renowned for his work in his home county of Lancashire, which is also my home county. He was one of the last architects to adopt the concrete floor, preferring triple brick arches supported on steel beams. In a career spanning over 40 years, he designed mills throughout Lancashire with an aggregate total of 9 million spindles. These accounted for 44% of the increase of spinning capacity of the county between 1887 and 1925. Stott's mills were identified by 2 corbelled rings of brickwork on the chimney. Although his practice continued to design cotton mills, there emerged another facet of Philip Stott's architectural work, that in arts and crafts style. By 1906, he amassed sufficient wealth to purchase the estate of Stanton Court, an edifice of a stately manor house dating from around 1620. Stott purchased this Jacobean manor at auction in 1906 for the sum of £26,971. Nowadays, that amount is the equivalent to just shy of £3 million. Given that Stanton Court was put up for sale in 2023 for £14 million, I'd say that he got a rather nice deal given the £11 million difference. However, it wasn't in the state that it is today, and Stott described his acquisition, perhaps with some exaggeration, as derelict. He began a systematic programme of improvement work which eventually encompassed every building in the village, continuing until his death in 1937. Stott began with his own house, Stanton Court, and almost immediately he built a reservoir to provide the village with running water. Later he furnished the village with a swimming pool, extensions and heating to the school, a parish hall and electric street lighting featuring lanterns on wrought iron brackets, very much in the arts and crafts style and to Stott's own design. Philip Sidney Stott moved permanently to Stanton Court in 1913 and continued to repair and improve the village to a state of almost unbelievable perfection until his death. Historian Nicholas Pevsner considered it architecturally perhaps the finest of the Cotswold villages. Okay, so I didn't actually see any shops in Stanton, so I still need water. I'm pretty low now, I've got maybe about 2 mouthfuls left. Luckily, I brought my Sawyer mini water filter, so as long as I find a river or a source of water, I can filter it out, because like I'm getting so thirsty. I have obviously been drinking what I can, but it's just hot. And I'm trying not to just down it all now. I think on my maps it says there's like a river nearby down here. I hope it's accessible and I hope that it is actually a river and that it's running. If not, I don't know, I'll just have to see. So the next 2 villages are Stanway and then Stanway, and then Hales. but they look so tiny. But the next town then is Winchcombe, and I'm about from Broadway just under halfway there. So I'm not at my halfway point for the day just yet. It's 2 o'clock, so I'm not actually doing too bad considering that I set off just after 9, like half 9, and I've had a half an hour stop at that cafe. So pretty on track, but I just need to find water, to be honest. So hopefully I do spot the river. Yeah, there's a couple. I'm looking at my maps now, there's at least a couple, so it's fine. I'll be alright. I've not got a headache yet, which is good, because I really just do not want heat stroke. That's what I'm really trying to avoid. I'm staying in the shade as much as possible. My head before was hurting a little bit, like mild headache, and then I sat in the shade for a bit, drank some water, feel okay. I do have painkillers, but I'll take them if I really need them. I am really enjoying myself though. I'm having such a good time, I'm not gonna lie. I just love it. I absolutely love it. Broadway and then Stanton were incredible. Like, what stunning places, seriously. I mean, as you could see, I filmed it for you guys to see and for me to look back on, and oh god, it's just so nice. Proper beautiful. When I got into Stanton, I actually nearly cried, and I was like, no, I mustn't waste water. Sorry, it's a bit breezy. But it's just so picturesque, so I'm in proper good spirits and everything. I love all these crickets I can hear and grasshoppers. Really adds to the ambience. Oh god, it's just so beautiful, and yeah, just aware of how lucky I am to be here. Okay, so that's the river that's showing on the map. Let me just show you. Yeah, I don't think I'll be getting any water from there. Not only can I not really get to it without injuring myself, but there's like just a bit of mud there, so my water would filter it, but there's not enough there to be worth it. I'm not like, how long can we last without water? It's something like 3 days, I think. I don't know. I mean, there's no way it's gonna be that. Oh my god. Basically, if I don't get any in the next hour, then I think I'll be suffering. I'm alright now. I'm not as thirsty. Maybe because I've been walking in the shade, I don't know. But I just hope there is a proper water source, at least in these 2 villages. Like, if I'm desperate, I might just ask someone. I might just ask, if I see someone outside the house, I might just be like, please can I fill this up? I don't know if it'll come to that, but I'd rather do that than, just be dehydrated, severely dehydrated. God, why didn't I buy a bottle in Broadway? God's sake. Just didn't think about it. I really didn't. Just slipped my mind completely. And I'm one to always have more than enough water on me, whether that be on my hikes or just day to day, because I drink a lot of water as it is, and I hate the feeling of being dehydrated. So I drink more water than the next person probably. So, oh god, come on. I just want to see something, even like a puddle with enough water, but it's not going to be a puddle in this heat. Something I can scoop up with my filter bag and then squeeze it out through my filter. But oh god, I don't know. Just rambling now, trying to take my mind off it by talking about it somehow. Anyway, this is beautiful. These trees, oh my god. Let's take a few pictures actually. Yeah, as I was saying, when I do my hikes and stuff, even when I bring my water filter with me, I always carry multiple bottles of water in my bag to prepare. This is like the first time this has happened to me, other than that one time in Greece. And I had to God, I don't, if you guys haven't seen that video, right, so let me just quickly tell you the story of that. If you have, then you'll know exactly what I'm going to say. So I went wild camping in Greece like a month before COVID, lockdown, all that stuff, in February 2020. It's on my channel, watch it, it's only a short video. But anyway, I went wild camping on my own on a mountain, and it was February, right, but one of the days was as hot as this, I'm not even kidding, it was like mid-20s. And well, it's Greece, you know, expected. And all the riverbeds were dried up, and as it showed in my maps, it showed us rivers, but like what I've experienced here, they've all kind of dried up. So I was like, God, what am I going to do? Anyway, I hear a trickling of water, and I'm like, oh my God. So I go down to this creek. It sounded cool, I don't know what that was. Down to this creek, through the bushes, and I get some water. Anyway, a shepherd or a goat herd, because he had loads of goats with him, came up to me and was speaking to me in Greek, and obviously I don't speak a word of Greek, and he didn't speak much English. He was just saying goats and stuff and pointing to the river. So either he meant the goats have been drinking out of that, or the goats have been pissing in that, I don't know. But I was like, oh, it's okay, I've got my filter, because it'll filter out like anything, you know, it'll filter out parasites and stuff and everything, all, you know, bacteria and stuff. So I was, you know, I was trying to tell him, okay, but you know, it's fine. Anyway, I not a minute later, not even a minute later, I get up from the creek and I go to the path which I saw him on. In this path, you've got a view range, like a vantage point of like every possible direction, and he was not there. He was not there, and his goats were not there, and his goats had big bells around their necks, and I didn't hear any bells. And he was nowhere to be seen. It was probably about 30-40 seconds later. Like, where could he have gone? It was so weird. And he was dressed like a proper, like, in the old cloth robe, you know, like, think about, like, you know, the shepherds and in the Bible and stuff, you know, like those stories. That is how he was dressed. And he even had like a big wooden staff with a curved handle. He even had one of them, like a proper, like, someone had just like drawn him out of a storybook or something. And you know, because he was Greek as well, and his skin was very tanned and wrinkled, and he looked ancient, and it was a very cool experience and encounter. But like, it freaked me out, because I was just like, right, where's he gone? Like, was there a path I didn't know about that he just took? I don't know. I could see everywhere, I could see every path, because I was quite high up, but I don't know. Anyway, that's the story. In case you haven't heard it. Yeah, hopefully I can get to water soon. I'll just stick to the shade. Stanway is a quiet Cotswold village graced by the Stanway Water Gardens, a Baroque garden featuring a 300-foot high fountain, the single highest gravity-fed fountain in the UK, and a grand canal beside Stanway House, a Jacobean manor house that dominates the village. I wonder what's going on there. my god. So the tea rooms, I was like, oh my god, there's a tea rooms, and I was like, in my head I was going nuts. I was like, oh my god, yes, thank god, get some water, maybe, I don't know, something else like a tea or something. Anyway, there was a massive queue. I turned the corner because apparently there's like a fountain there that people see, and it was like 20 people long, and I could have just been like, well, I'm just after some water, but I didn't want to be that person. And they said something like, the tea rooms, well, there was someone I was speaking to in the queue, a couple of people actually, and they were like, well, we don't know if the tea rooms require the entry fee to the grounds. So I was like, oh man, payday isn't for a few days. I couldn't do that anyway. What? Watermill? That sounds promising. Watermill means there's water nearby. Anyway, and then I'll try this. And then I tried the church, because I thought, oh, churches, they're always out for, like, you know, helping people and stuff, so they'll let me have some water. It was bloody shut. Typical. Anyway, watermill, that must mean there's a river nearby. I can hear this, but I can't access this. It's fenced off. So there was a woman at the front of the watermill, I think it was like taking entry tickets or something, taking entry payments, and I asked, I said, is there anywhere to fill up my water? And she said there's a toilet around the corner, which is here, and you can fill it up there, it's drinking water. So, oh my god, thank god, I've done it, found somewhere. Oh, amazing. I'd love to stop and look at the watermill, but after this I've got to move on, I really do. So I mean, I had a little look at it, but you know, like proper go in the building and everything. You know, well, I think one day I'd love to come back to the Cotswolds. I'll add this and Broadway Tower to the list, and if the fountains down there are on when I come back, I'll add that one too. Oh my god, I'm so glad I was able to get water. I basically filled it up and downed most of it as soon as I did, and obviously refilled it. Oh god, how much better I feel though, honestly. And I had a brunch bar as well, so you know, it's full of oats and chocolate. Oh, I feel much better. But one thing though I cannot believe, as I was approaching Stanway, that was called, that little village, that hamlet. Once I left Stanton, I had a little sit down while I got out my power bank to charge my things and my water filter in case I needed it. And I paused my Strava, because that's what I'm doing to kind of track. I'm trying not to show my reflection. That's what I'm kind of doing to track my my progress and my miles and stuff and the route. And I forgot to resume it, and I was just outside of Stanton, and I was like, oh shit. So I'll add a mile, whatever mileage this turns out to be. I'll just add a mile on to make up for it. But I'm trying to show the screen, but it's just, you can just see the reflection. You can see that straight line there. That's where it cut out. That's where I paused it, and that's where I realised that's like a mile. Anyway, where am I now? How far to go for the day? Halfway. Nearly halfway, about halfway almost, maybe in another mile. God, and it's currently 3, so I remember saying that when it was 2 o'clock. That's gone really quick. That was an hour ago, as if. That does not feel like an hour ago. It was like 20 minutes ago. But anyway, I'm rambling again, so just gotta get a move on really. not. Just see sheep, but it could always be in the next field. I don't know. Sometimes bulls don't really, you know, bother you, but I don't know. I've seen bulls chase people when I was younger, so I know they do, but it's probably not as common as people think. I say that, I'm not jinxing it for myself, but it is always a bit, puts you on edge. Right, so you're not going to believe what's happened. I was distracted, haven't been paying attention, and I was on the phone to my mum, haven't been checking my maps, made maybe a couple wrong turns. Look at where I've ended up. So the bold red line is where I'm meant to be. That's where I must have come off the route there. Look at where I am. So basically, I'm going to pass through this village, Didbrook, and then join the path to Hales, and then I should be back on route. But how the hell have I done that? I'm fine, you know what, I'm fine with it, like, whatever. I'm still exploring new ground, and this looks like a really cute village coming up, so not a big deal. And I was just looking at, if I did follow the path, then it's just more fields, which are very nice, but this might be a nice little village that I get to walk through, or hamlet, or I don't really know what it is. Possibly, like, yeah, it's road walking, but only for a mile until back on the path. As if, like, what is up with me today, honestly? Funny. But again, very good spirits. What on earth? Oh my god, what are they? So weird. Are they like eggs or something? Bug eggs or nests or something? That's so weird. I don't think I've ever seen those before. What was I saying? Anyway, I'm having a really good time and a really good day, and despite my little mishap, I'm still on track to making it to, well, it's just outside of Bishop's Cleeve, it's Woodman, Cote, where I'm going to tonight. I think I'll arrive there once I get into Winchcombe. If I decide to just walk it, then I'll probably arrive about 8 or 9. If I get a bus, because again, where I'm staying, it's like a mile or two, I think it's like 2 miles off route, so me getting a bus from Winchcombe wouldn't make a difference if tomorrow I just got the bus back, you know, from where I left off. And if I decide to do that, then it might be about 6ish, maybe. Well, it depends how frequent the buses are, to be honest, doesn't it? Could be 7, could even be 8. Let's say between 6 and 9. I think that's when I'll turn up. Dibbrooke is a small village and former civil parish, now in the parish of Stanway, that lies near the foot of the Cotswold escarpment. The village lies in the very heart of the North Cotswolds. It's extremely peaceful and pretty, with its several excellent examples of medieval crook-framed cottages, and some later by comparison half-timbered Elizabethan houses and a cosy country inn. See, this is a nice little place. Dibbrooke it's called, so it's not actually on the Cotswold Way, so unless you take a wrong turn like I did. But I'm glad for it, because it's not added on any more time. If anything, I think if I would have stuck on the trail it would have been a bit more winding, so it might have even saved me some time, I really don't know, but I would have missed all this. Look, man, this is beautiful. Like, I'm sorry, I'm taking pictures as I'm doing this. Look at that, beautiful. So I think it's just like some fields that I'm missing, which again would have been lovely. I've enjoyed the field walking, don't get me wrong, but I love a good little hamlet, a little village. It can make me happy. Okay, left. I've got to go left to join the path in Hales. Public footpath, right? Okay, it doesn't look like it. Look at these. Oh my god, apples. Are they crab apples or? I don't know, but oh wow, do you see what I mean? Jesus. This is lovely. Very narrow stained glass window. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. I feel like I'm spying, but it's just I'm appreciating the stained glass. Oh my god, there's a little bridge down there as well. Oh, that's lovely. I can't go that way because it will just take me too far away. What was that? Was that a train? Oh my god, as if it was a steam train. I can't believe that. Thank god I stopped and didn't continue then, because I'm so glad I went a few steps back to take that video. Oh my god. Wow. See, I would have missed that. Definitely what's it called? There's a little shed there. Oh, cute. Definitely a little blessing in disguise or whatever. So there's an apple tree through there, and these look like plums. I don't know, I'm not going to try them because I don't want to get ill if they're not edible, but like, look at that. Fruit trees, like, just I love to see fruit trees. I feel like I don't see them very much over here in the UK, so they're always nice to see. I'd love to have a lemon tree, but I don't know if the UK's got the climate for it. Lemon tree. I've got an olive tree in my garden. 2 olive trees actually. They're small because I've only got them recently. But yeah, which I love. Love olive trees. I'd love a plum tree, a lemon tree, maybe an apple tree. Even like, you know, to eat them would be great, but even just for the look of them, I love them. Yeah, there's the railway track for the train. The train that I just saw. I'm so glad that I did. So I think just through a field or two and I'll reach Hales and then be back on track. I think maybe it's through there where the path is that it seems to be on my map. It could even be up there, you know. But yeah, it joins on just there. cool to see hay bales looking like this, not wrapped in plastic and like rectangular, cuboid. Pretty cool. That reminds me actually, I got a kitten recently, and it reminds me because this kitten was found in a hay bale with a few others with its siblings. I was at a wedding a couple weeks ago, like a week and a half ago, in Thirsk, Yorkshire. So me and Cameron went to it was his friend's wedding. So we heard that through, you know, word of mouth. There was a farm nearby that were offering kittens free to a good home. So me and Cameron were looking at getting a cat at some point soon anyway. So we were like, why not just, you know, check it out? So we did, and we absolutely fell in love with the one we ended up getting. Oh my god, he's so cute. We didn't choose his name for about 4 days after bringing him home because we didn't know if it was a he or a she. You know, we took him to get vaccinated and all that, and just checked up and fleed and wormed and all that stuff at the vets. And because, you know, he come from a farm, so we want to check that he's all good. And and they found him when he was 6 weeks old. So yeah, that's when they found him in the hay bale. He was 6 weeks old. He was 8 weeks when we got him. He's about 9 weeks now. So yeah, that just reminds me of the hay bales, and he's so funny. So we ended up naming him Indiana Jones, or Indy, we call him for short. It was my idea. We had a few other names like Toasty, which is really cute, and Breakfast, and Soup, like food-based names, like Spaghetti and Pizza and all that. And then I just thought, when I was playing with him once, because he really came out of his shell and settled in really well. I'll add in some videos, like, why not? He came out of his shell and settled in really well, only after a couple of days, because obviously at first he was very timid. And he's so playful, and he loves just like wandering and running around and exploring. And in my head I was like, oh, he's a little adventurer, he's a little explorer. And I thought, Indiana Jones. I know Indiana Jones, obviously, you know, he's an adventurer, isn't he? He goes after artifacts and relics, and he loves history, and I was just like, perfect. So yeah, little Indy, he's adorable. I love him to bits, and I really miss him. I miss Cameron too, obviously. Oh, I can't wait to see him again. But I am enjoying myself. I'm not super homesick or anything. I know I do sometimes get homesick when I'm on the trail, but I've been alright actually. You know, I've been missing them, but I've not been down about it. So I don't know. It is only day 2 though. Oh my god, how cute is that little platform? Sorry about the wind, although it's cooling me down very nicely, but how cute is that? So that's Hales Station. On my maps, Hales, the place, is spelled with a A-I-L-E-S, H-I-L-E-S, and this is spelled with a Y, so I don't know which way around it is. But look at that, how cute is that? If you want to get a little steam train. Okay, I guess it's Hales with a Y then. Fruit farm. That is so cute. Just seems like a very fruity place. Fruity, I mean, like, I've seen loads of fruit trees, obviously. Just lovely, very wholesome. Oh, there's such an amazing smell in the air. It's like, I can't tell if it's a wood fire or a coal fire. It kind of smells a bit more like a coal fire, but it's just so... smells so good. See, Hales, they've spelled Hales with an AI there. You know what, I'll look into this, because it says Hales with a Y there and Hales Abbey with a Y, but Hales Manor and Hales Railway Station with an AI. I just wonder if there's just two spellings and they just haven't settled on one, or maybe there's a traditional spelling and a modern spelling. I don't know. I'll look into it and let you guys know. So the spelling of Hales depends on the context, and either spelling would be correct. The official spelling for the village and abbey is Hailes, though the railway station and fruit farm use Hales spelled Hayles to maintain a connection to the original name, as it used to be spelled that way. Oh wow. There we go, there's our sign for the Cotswold Way, so that's where it comes and that's where I've come from and this is where it joins, so good to see that again. I got worried for a second when I saw this because look, I don't really want to go through there, it's nettles and whatever, and it looked like the Cotswold Way, but I think that was meant to point that way and it's just overgrown. Check my map, it is this way, luckily, and I checked if I were to go that way it would have taken me in the opposite direction. So good thing I've got offline maps, good thing I've got Hiker, 50% off guys, TinyPine50 if you want a subscription. Again, just thought I'd mention, it's brilliant. Saved me when I actually remember to check and don't miss the route because I'm distracted. I would have thought, oh, it looks like it's that way, but no, it's not. Harvester down there making that ungodly noise. Also, just seeing, look at those hay bales. I'll zoom in on my camera, but they're massive. They're like stacked really high. I've not seen that before. Like cuboid hay bales, but like stacked up. I wonder if it'll pick up on camera because that's interesting. So down there, just come into view Winchcombe or Winchcombe. So my Bolton really came out then, didn't it? Winchcombe or Winchcombe, I don't know how the hell you pronounce it, I don't know, I'll find out. And yeah, so down there where all the houses are, what I'm gonna do, because Bishop's Cleeve, oh wow, look at all that, Bishop's Cleeve and Woodman Cote. Woodman Cote is where I'm staying, just outside of Bishop's Cleeve, is over there. The path after Winchcombe takes me up over there and along there, so I'm thinking and then there's Cleeve Hill just over there. Oh, some beautiful Irish wolfhound there. You can't really see it, but oh, I love Irish wolfhounds. I think they're beautiful. Yeah, so I might get a bus, but I need to see one if they're running and also how often they're running, because they might stop at a certain time or they might be like 2 hours apart or something like that. Oh, there is footprints, paw prints even. Oh god, that breeze is good. Sorry if it's loud though. Oh, just so picturesque right here. Just, oh my god, I love it. Right, I need to stop getting distracted. Yes, I might get a bus. Maybe, I'll see. That's all I had to say. Oh my god.
The name Winchcombe derives from Old English Winchcombe, spelled Wincelcumb, meaning Carnacum or valley.
Hey!
Oh, that was so cute. In Anglo-Saxon times, Winchcombe was a major community in Mercia, one of the principal kingdoms founded at the end of sub-Roman Britain, settled by Anglo-Saxons in the Heptarchy era, which was a division of Anglo-Saxon England between the 6th and the 8th centuries into the 7 kingdoms. Mercia was a dominant power for about 300 years, and King Coenwulf of Mercia favoured Winchcombe, and his son St Kenelm is believed to be buried here. In the 11th century, the town was briefly the town of Winchcombeshire. During the anarchy of the 12th century, a civil war in England and Normandy, which resulted in a widespread breakdown in law and order, a Motte and Bailey castle was built for Empress Matilda, but its exact site is unknown. During the Stuart Restoration period, the reinstatement of the Stuart monarchy in England, Scotland and Ireland that replaced the Commonwealth after the execution of Charles I, Winchcombe was noted for cattle rustling and other lawlessness attributed in part to poverty. Local people seeking a living took to growing tobacco as a cash crop, although the practice has been outlawed since the Commonwealth period, and soldiers would be sent in to destroy the crops. On the 28th of February 2021, fragments of the Winchcombe meteorite, originating from the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, fell on a house driveway. The meteorite, a rare carbonaceous chondrite, one of the most primitive known meteorites, offering pristine material from the beginnings of the solar system 4.6 billion years ago. Luckily, the meteorite fragment was preserved due to its prompt collection by a local resident about 12 hours after falling to Earth. Another fragment of this meteorite was found by researchers on a local farm, and some of these meteorite fragments were put on display at the town museum. Since my accommodation was a little off-route, I decided to catch a bus to save myself at least 4 miles that would have been just walking through suburban areas. Okay, so I'm in Bishop's Cleeve now. It's an Italian restaurant there. It smells amazing. It's making me so hungry. So I'm walking through the graveyard. The closest stop to where I need to be, Woodman Cote, it was the Mill Parade stop. So I need to walk a mile. There's a squirrel there. Oh. So I need to walk a mile basically. Which, you know, whatever, it's fine. It'll take me maybe 20 minutes, half an hour or something. Oh, there's 2 on a bed. That is so cute. Oh my god. No way. How's it? Hi. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, I love squirrels so much. Hang on, where am I going now? So, yeah, I'm just walking a mile, so I should get there about, it's 10 to 7 now, and it won't find me. The signal around here is so bad. I think it's this way. I should get there before 7:30, I think maybe 7:15, so yeah, I think that's good timing, you know. Oh, there's another one. And there's so many squirrels. It's like running between the graves. Oh. So yeah, I've let him know, you know, I think 7's fine. I just didn't want to arrive too late, that's the thing. That looks really nice. I'm going to take a picture. Huh, that's a funny looking tree. I'll take a picture of that. Yeah, anyway, what I was trying to say before I got distracted about 10 times. Oh my god. I have to stop talking when I see people because I get too nervous. I don't want them to see me talking to my camera. I'm working on it. It's something I'm working on, but yeah, so I'm figuring out how to get there now. yeah, the reason I chose to get a bus is because if I would have gone up, which I'm doing tomorrow, I'm going to go up Cleeve Hill tomorrow instead of tonight. If I would have just walked it here like I was initially planning on doing, then I would have arrived maybe about 10 o'clock or something like that, possibly later. But so I just thought, you know what, I'd rather just spend £2 to get a bus and figure it out tomorrow whether I get a bus back there and then continue, or because I'd have to walk another mile back and then start the hike, or I could just walk straight up Cleeve Hill from Woodman Cote tomorrow, which I might do, to be honest. It looks better. I don't want to miss Cleeve Hill, there's no way I'm not doing it. And there is a path that takes me there from Woodman Cote to rejoin the path. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do, I think. I thought that was a real horse. So where the path, the route actually is currently, it's up on that hill where those sparse trees are. That's where I am now. So that's the red path, and I can literally just walk straight there, and that is Cleeve Hill, and I would literally just climb, get to the highest point of the trail, and join the trail there. So, you know, be honest, what would you guys do? I would just go straight up there. That's where I got the bus from, and it kind of went all the way down and around, whereas if I were to walk it, that would have been like a good 2.5 minimum hours. So yeah, it just makes sense to me. Tomorrow's another long day, at least 15 miles, so, and that's how many I've done today. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm happy with that. Hey guys, so I've just had my food. I've been downstairs and I've chatted to the host Graham. He is lovely and so helpful, but also gives you your own space, isn't overbearing. But it's so cool just to sit here and see where I'm going to be tomorrow. Up on the hills up there. I can walk straight up there. It's about a couple miles till I get to the path, so yeah, and I did an extra, I think, mile today, so yeah, I mean, it adds up to the, I'm making it up for miles, so tomorrow I'm going to walk straight up there, and Cleeve Hill is 3 miles from Winchcombe, and because I'm going straight up there from here, I've actually done an extra 3 miles, so mileage, not an issue. I've justified it to myself anyway, so I'm just sat in bed watching TV, watching the sun go down or the sky get dark, and yeah, gonna get a good night's sleep. I'm gonna nod off. What time is it now? And it's 8:30. I arrived, I think, just over an hour ago, so I'm gonna get an early-ish night. So I'll see you guys in the morning. Good night. morning guys, it's August 14th 2024, 20 to 9 in the morning. I set off just after 8 and yeah, basically this morning I'm going up Cleeve Hill. So as you know, yesterday evening from Winchcombe I got the bus to Bishop's Cleeve because the only other way there would have taken me an extra 3 hours, and and it was already about 6 o'clock, so I didn't really want to get there very late, considering that I was staying in someone's house and I didn't want to be rude and just rock up at like 9-10 p.m. So I thought whether or not to bus it back to Winchcombe and go from there and possibly waste another 2 hours of my day, where this is a very long day. Instead of going up Cleeve Hill from Winchcombe, I'm ascending Cleeve Hill from Woodman, Cote, Bishop's Cleeve, where I've just come from. So I'm making up, it's the same miles, I'm making up the miles basically, it's just slightly off route. Once I'm up Cleeve Hill, I'll be back on route. So it would have just been a bit of that hill that I'm missing, but you know what, these things happen. I underestimated the length when I booked the place. I thought, oh yeah, that'll be easy. When you're looking at a map, it's like you can gauge the space and the mileage, I guess, but I don't know, I don't think I'm very good at that. I don't really have a good concept of time or distance when looking on a map, I guess. So anyway, whatever, no big deal. If I would have set off like a couple hours earlier, then I would have been fine, but oh, you know me, I'm not really an early riser, although I did set off a little earlier this morning at 8, so that's not bad. Anyway, I'm going to get through this gate. As you can see, it's a very drizzly morning, which makes for a nice change, to be honest. You know, it's nice and cooling because the previous days have been about 30 degrees Celsius, like bright hot sunshine. So to hike in this, it's a bit of a nice change. So yeah, doing the hike up to Cleeve Hill, the highest point of the Cotswold Way, and that's where I'll rejoin the official route. Wow. So I'm not far from the path now at all. Just had to wade through nettles, thorns, just overgrown shrubbery and mud as well. My feet are wet because there was so much mud and it was pretty deep. My legs, you know, everything's wet, I'm soaked, but oh, you know what, it's fine, I don't care. Definitely gonna have some nettle stings though. I can kind of feel a couple on my right leg already. Oh, and some scratches from the thorns. Oh my god, some people down there. But yeah, isn't it? I do like a misty day, a foggy day. I just love the atmosphere. And it's like all fresh in the air. And for the past couple of days, when it's been really hot, with hot air, and this is on extreme like sunny days in a heat wave or in a sauna, I feel like I'm not getting the air to my lungs. Like I feel like I can't fully get the air in, you know. So when it's like this and it just feels fresh, and it's like, it's not cold but it's cool, it's not warm, but I'm not gonna, you know, not gonna overheat, I'm not gonna be chilly, so it's nice. I do like it, though. Isn't it ironic that the day that I'm at the highest point of the Cotswold Way, which is coming up there, is the day that there's no visibility and it's meant to be really nice views, but I'm sure views will come in time. It is meant to clear up later in the day. It does say clear skies in the evening, like 6ish, so it might be a nice sunset, who knows. Totally different vibe from the past few days, but I'm liking it. I like that there's been a mix. Right, which way do I go? So the path is literally up there, just on that ridge there, so I can climb up and carry on enjoying it there, but I can just get straight to it there, to be honest. Here we go, back on the Cotswold Way. Oh, so good to be back on the trail, back on the right track, out from that scramble and nettles. So Cleeve Hill isn't too far from here. I just continue on, go left, and just see a signpost there. Only just this visibility. Again, like, I do enjoy the vibe of it. I really do like the feel, the atmosphere. It weirdly puts me in really good spirits, though I wouldn't like to do the whole hike in weather and visibility like this. Yeah, essentially, instead of coming up to Cleeve Hill from that way, I've come up from that way. So I go left. I think it's left up here. Yeah, there it is. There's the Cotswold Way sign. Cotswold Way. There we go. Is it, oh, that way or that way? This way. Oh, so yeah, up and onwards to Cleeve Hill. And I mean, it'll just look like more of this, but but it'll be good to be on top. is Cleeve Hill. You see some people there. That's the trig point. It's a nice little adventure. Oh, wow. I know there's no views, but it feels good to be up here. As if there's a golf course up here, like, I don't know why, that's so funny. It's like, imagine the novelty of just like going up Cleeve Hill and just playing golf. I don't know, it might be very normal, but it's just funny to me. Anyway, here's the trig point. Cool, highest point of the Cotswold Way. Done. There you go. Just gonna take some pictures and then get a move on. That's so ominous. What on earth? Yeah, so that was Cleeve Hill, the highest point of the Cotswold Way. Sorry I can't show you guys the views from here, but I'm sure if you Google it you can see some pictures. So yeah, heading down now, and you know what feels really good? That it's 9:30 a.m. I set off, you know, just after 8, so that's, you know, how long it's taken me to get up here, just over an hour. And that was the same time that I set off from the Shepherd's Hut yesterday, so that's the now this time yesterday was when I set off. So considering that I've already done the highest point this morning, I've got myself up there and everything. It's actually an okay ascent. It wasn't too bad at all, other than the nettles and other than the way I took. I think if you guys actually, you know, did it the other way that you're meant to, and it's not too bad. But yeah, so it feels amazing to have done that. And yeah, I know that's 8 might be a late start to some people, but to me that's a good start, so happy with it. Oh my god, how do I always manage to find a way to embarrass myself? So I see someone coming out of the mist with a couple of little dogs, they're dead cute, and as they're passing me, well, as I'm approaching them, actually about to walk past them, I slip and fall, don't I? Slip on the wet grass and fall on my knees. Didn't hurt myself, just a tiny little, like, you can't even see it, grass stain on my knee. I just go, oh bloody hell. It had to be when someone was passing. There's like no one else up here, but yeah, it just had to happen. Anyway, here's another part of a golf course. I can imagine that this is a seat that looks out to lovely, beautiful, vast views. But today, it's just the abyss. Joan Carlton. Oh. Oh, Jill and Tony Kerr. You know, these walking boots have done me so well at keeping my feet blister free for the most part and dry. But obviously when you step through the muddy puddles I was before, then there's no keeping the water out, and they're just making like suction noises now. You can't really hear it, but they're that wet, they're like squelching. Carolyn Julia Everett, that says. I can only just read it. Major Anson Howard. Anson. Don't think I've heard that name before. There's that thing again that I can't tell what it is really. Is it a caddy? No, it's a bit loud for like a lawnmower for the. It's a lawnmower for the golf course. It's funny to have it up here, the lawnmower thing, because obviously we're quite high up. Not like you can really tell. I mean, you can see a massive drop down there, but it's ominous to see when it turns around and its light is just there through the mist. I love it. I'm loving this. This area here is actually, according to my maps, my hiker map, is called Cleeve Cloud. So I don't even have to tell you guys how fitting that is. In a cloud on Cleeve Cloud. Yeah, so thought I'd let you guys know where I'm staying tonight. Again, mixing up the accommodation. Every night's going to be, you know, a different kind of place. So first night was a shepherd's hut. Second night, which was last night, was an Airbnb in someone's home. And tonight is going to be in a pod, in a camping pod at Star Glamping it's called. So I think I'm about, I don't know, 10-12 miles away from there now. I don't know, something like that. I think I told them I should arrive around 5. Might be 5, might be later. But yeah, so camping pod tonight, and according to my weather app it should clear up later, so it'd be nice and sunny hopefully, or get a nice sunset at least. They've got a fire pit there and they give me some fire logs and kindling and stuff, so hopefully the weather's like, I don't know, not a washout basically. So I'd like to have a nice little campfire tonight, a little fire pit. Oh my god, Jennifer Jackson. Huh, another Jennifer. In memory of Barry and Barry Dean Jackson. Oh, Jenny Jackson and Barry Dean Jackson. And these are some stones, and these have plaques on. It's very sweet. Very sweet to, I guess, immortalise them in some way when people have benches put in their names or things like that. I like it. According to my map, as well as being on the Cotswold Way, I'm also currently on another trail which is called the Sabrina Way. So, I've never heard of that one before. Be an interesting one to look up. Rick Charles, Cotswold Way, volunteer warden. Walk this way. Oh.
Through the arbor, in the garden room, wings are beating, baby, me and you alone. Pencil drawing phases of the moon, all through the stages, both becoming seen into. Slowly we take on phosphorescence, vivid in the bone. Phosphorescence. In the heavens, a billion signals move, calling answers, thousand pairs of two by two. Slowly we take on phosphorescence. slowly we take on phosphorescence, vivid in the bond, phosphorescence.
So at this point I was ambling on after walking by fields of horses and haunting yet the most strikingly whimsical woodlands of twisted trees, and now found myself really feeling the solitude. I was still in relatively good spirits, but given the lack of visual stimulation, I was trying to keep my mind active and occupied. Not like I usually have an issue with that, there's usually far too much going on up there, but given that my range of vision was limited to an approximate radius of about 20 metres or even just 10 metres in some areas, the novelty of fog hiking was beginning to wear off. Though despite the lack of view and colour variation, I was still able to appreciate the close-up beauty of the foliage that surrounded me, and the moody green of the trees in the low light through the thick mist, its leaves lightly bobbing with each raindrop. Ground, bark, grass and leaf alike glistened through the wet sheen of rain and damp fog. After spending all day up high in the silent mist, in somewhat of a private and quiet bubble, it felt strange and slightly jarring to have the peace broken by the sounds of cars as I approached the busy A40 road. I reached Llanover Woods, an ancient woodland haven. The information board reads, Llanover Woods lies within the Cotswolds area of outstanding natural beauty and offers breathtaking views north across Cheltenham and the Malvern Hills. Follow our network of paths to explore the wood and meadow, and for the more adventurous walker the Cotswold Way passes through the main entrance and along the east and south edges of the wood. Woodland Trust volunteers have continued the historical practice of coppicing here. This creates a mixed habitat that's a haven for an array of butterflies, including the large and striking silver-washed fritillary. The woodland hosts many large-leaved lime coppice stools, pollards and veteran beech trees, which hint at its ancient past. There's a beech tree here somewhere in these woods that may be over 600 years old, and it's thought to be the third largest in England.
This light jacket is no match for the bitterness of my attachment. Iron bracelets, clicking teeth, carving letters into dirty sheets, origami paper, slow to unfolding. You are the wild beast, somehow consoling me. This holy labor, a kind of fascinating when you are near to me. I am the wild king. naked skin. Couldn't keep out what I'm keeping in. Running anxious, crooked pin. Would you turn me in your hand again? Origami paper, slow to unfolding. You are the wild geese, somehow consoling me. This holy labor, a kind of fascinating when you are near to me. I am the wild geese when you are near to me. I am the wild geese.
I do kind of wish there was some visibility, although I think down there's just Cheltenham, so I don't know if I'm still be a nice view like of the surrounding landscapes and all, but yeah, that's what's down there. So I have been walking, so I've been walking for about 5 hours now, and I'm almost at 10 miles in for today. So I'm over my halfway point for the day, and or just about over it. And next up is Seven Springs, and then Devil's Chimney, and after that, it's not long after that anyway, should be where I'm staying, well, a few miles after. So I'm still a good at least 5 miles away from where I'm camping, but I'm over my halfway point of the day. And guess what? I am a third of the way through of the Cotswold Way. A third. So that's just, oh, that's amazing. So in total I've done over 30 miles now. Just feels good. I've been very quiet for the past couple hours just because, well, I've been feeling a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted. I had a snack, and yeah, I've just been kind of plodding on, you know, just not much to look at. I can enjoy the atmosphere, which I am enjoying. I'm still wet, I'm still soaked. I'm gonna get bloody trench foot. But yeah, I mean, I'm feeling alright. There are certain few points where I honestly felt a little bored. I think that's just like the lack of view, and just possibly just there was a big uphill climb not far back, and I was just a bit like, that was when the tiredness and hunger was setting in, so I was just like, come on. But yeah, I'm okay. So I'll be at Seven Springs in about half an hour, I reckon. Devil's Chimney, maybe 2.5 hours, and then I'm gonna guess maybe 5 hours. In 5 hours I should arrive, maybe 4, depends how quick I am. Hey. Hey guys. Oh, look at you. Oh my goodness. You're so cute. Hey. Oh, it's so good to see you, honestly. I've been missing animals. I've not seen animals in ages. Honestly, it's so good to see these guys. Hello. I know you won't come over. But it genuinely is, because I've not seen animals in ages. I saw some horses about 2 hours ago. I might have seen some sheep. I keep seeing little, I think they're like grouse or something. They're funny. Hey. Oh, and there was a calf at the fence, but I started filming just as it started running away when it saw me. Oh, I love cows and sheep. I love more horses, all of them. Just animals. Also, I totally misjudged how far the place I'm staying is from me, because back then I said about 5. Oh, it's a horse. Oh my god, it is. Yes. Yeah, I said back there about 5 hours, and I've looked on the maps and it's actually like maybe 2 miles from Seven Springs, which is just around here. So I don't know why I thought it was that long. I just thought it was a bit further away, and then I actually checked on maps, and yeah, it's just after Devil's Chimney, which isn't long after Seven Springs. Ah, you know what? My calf is stinging. I think I must have so many nettle stings on my legs. I definitely do. It's like proper itching and stinging, like I've been stung or bit by something, I don't know. You know, I've got leggings on and everything, but they can go through, can't they, sometimes? But yeah, it's proper itching and hurting. Oh, I just can't wait to get there. I can't wait to get to my camping pod and change into dry clothes and have a nice sit down, eat my food, because all I've had today, I know this is going to sound very irresponsible, but all I've had today is one of those brunch bars, the Cadbury ones, the oat and chocolate ones, and a Nature Valley bar. So that has sustained me for nearly 11 miles, which I'm on now, 11 miles today. Yeah, I know, I need to eat more. I just forget, and then I remember once, like, the hunger and the exhaustion hits, and I'm like, God, I need to eat something. But I'm okay right now, you know, I'm fine. I'm getting a little hungry, but I'd rather just, I don't know, just keep moving. Oh my God, I nearly slipped again. 10th time today. So this is like the first time today since leaving Woodman Cote that I've been out of a cloud. I can actually see things. Yeah, it's just a road, but like it's clear, it's brighter. Don't know how long it'll last. It's because I've like descended a tiny bit, so yeah, out of the cloud for now. It's nice, yeah, bright and everything, just makes everything brighter and a bit nicer. So the route continues this way, and Seven Springs is down there, down that road. The Cotswold Way doesn't actually pass through Seven Springs, but I know that it's quite a popular stop off for some hikers, you know, like if they're coming from, well, wherever I was coming from last night, but I'm going a little further. So I've done about, what, 11 miles so far today. So yeah, a few more to go. I think three more miles, give or take, till I reach the place that I'm heading for. Yeah, good to see fields. Good to see like colour and fields and the nice golden wheat.
Wilson, or Chris Atwell, John Haynes, Barry R. Smith and Erin W. Smith. Margaret Simpson and Christopher Simpson. Phyllis and William Sturdy. Susie Murray Upton.
Campden Hill is the site of an impressive Iron Age hill fort, one of a series of large hill forts found all along the Cotswolds. 165 million years ago, during the Jurassic period, this area was a warm, shallow seabed, and between 900 and 100 BC, the hill fort on Campden Hill was a defended settlement inhabited by the Doboni tribe and was built more than 2,000 years ago.
Oh, welcome to the world, Connor Kenyon Rollins. Oh, that's a sweet one. This topograph is sponsored by the Nixon family in memory of Roger Nixon, who enjoyed living and walking on Campden Hill for 40 years. So unfortunately Devil's Chimney isn't visible from here, and it's a big climb down, so I'm just gonna hopefully see it another time. Here's a picture of it so you guys know what it looks like just from Google. I'll just put one in. Sorry about that. David and Biddy Bowen. Oh, Nana and Grandad Peacock. Oh my god. There's a little slug there. Bless him. Composers Tony Hewitt-Jones and Anita Hewitt-Jones. John Bloomer and Mary Bloomer. All these people, man. I like to, even just to myself, just read them. But I thought I'd include a few in this video. You know, I don't know, just because. Oh wow, there's so many plaques up here. God. So, Andy Savides. And I'll just walk along here. Hayring. What an interesting name. Oh, and then you've got one for Queen Elizabeth there as well. And down here got Sharon McGaw. And I think that's all of those ones. Oh wait, I actually missed one. I'm gonna go back up because I'd feel bad for it, you see. Look, I even came up off the path to do this because it's like, well, I've done it for the others, I'd feel bad if I didn't do it for these. So that's a tree that's been planted in memory of George A. Price and his wife Edith A. Price, daughter Eileen and son John. Oh my god. Oh, this tree. Oh, that's the tree. Bless. 1954 George died, so I wonder when it was planted, because the last one died in 1990. And this one is Andrew Buffray, or Buff. So I'm heading down Campden Hill now, and I'm actually only a mile away from where I'm staying tonight, so I'm very excited to get there finally. I've been walking for 7 or 8 hours now, I think 7 hours, and I've just thought I've not actually stopped for a break at all since setting off. I've taken my bag off a couple of times to get snacks out, but I've not actually like sat down for a rest at all today. So I mean, you know, my feet are kind of aching, but I feel okay, I guess. It'll just be nice to have a good rest once I get there. So yeah, almost there, about 20 minutes I think. So this is the pod. I'm in camping pod number 3. There's the fire pit out there. And I've got some firewood, but I'm going to wait until later. I think it's meant to get a bit nicer and clear up. So, and you know, it's something for like later on at night. I think it'd just be nice. But yeah, it's cute. So I've got my bed in as well that they've given me. A little nice view. It's cute. And it smells lovely, like that really nice sweet woody smell. So yeah, I'm gonna eat because I'm starving. They had a little bistro there, but it was shutting in about 20 minutes. I arrived about 3:30. It shuts at 4, so I had pretty good timing. I thought I'd arrive about 5 or 6, so yeah, I did really good for time. So I've got an egg mayo baguette and a lemonade. I'm just gonna inhale them now because I'm so hungry, and chill out and get some dry socks on. And yeah, just relax and plan for tomorrow, I suppose. After settling into my cosy pod with remarkable timing, the fog and cloud cleared with the bright evening summer sun revealing the vibrant cerulean sky that I'd been missing. I took to the grounds, exploring the surrounding woodlands, marvelling at the pure amber rays of the golden hour as it doused its aureate light on the verdure,
or really in ascent on verdant periodot. The viridescent forests come into life. You can feel the leaves' hunger for such rich light, photosynthesizing with fervour, delight and gratitude. The realisation that the little things really aren't all that little. Light that's travelled 93 million miles to be here in this very moment to feed these plants and in turn the earth. Sunlight shining through leaves is one of my favourite things to experience in this life. As humans, it's our greatest honour to take pleasure in such natural occurrences, however extraordinary or benign, rare or regular. Some might thank their god, but I personally wouldn't credit hypothetical man in the sky when credit is due to the most impressive force, and that is simply nature. Its own creator, the biology, the chemistry and physics that make up this astonishing planet and universe that we're so lucky to live in, more lucky than we'll ever be able to comprehend. After my sunset forest stroll, I started my fire and was soon joined by a woman and her daughter who were staying in the little hobbit hut on the grounds. We sat together for hours, chatting and sharing stories. They were as chatty and enthusiastic as me, so to share an evening around the fire with such wonderful company made for an exceptional end to my third day on the Cotswold Way. Oh my god, so I was I was daydreaming and I was like looking around and everything, and I nearly, very nearly stood on this. Now I look away if you're squeamish and don't like seeing dead animals because, well, like it, oh my god. So I think that's like a deer, and I very nearly stood on it and I literally went, oh my god, oh god. That would have been awful. Oh, the poor thing though, it makes me sad to see dead animals. Oh, but yeah, anyway, there's that. Okay, so the road that I'm currently on is actually closed for cars, but pedestrians can come down up until this point here. You can see there's a sign that says footpath closed, and you go up here, which is fine because this actually, I could continue down and join the Cotswold Way if it was open, but I can head up as well to Crickley Hill. So that was my plan anyway, to leave the National Star site and rejoin it from this footpath. So yeah, so I'll be going up Crickley Hill, which is nice. I thought I'd potentially miss it, but I get to see it, which is good. Good morning, by the way, guys. It's August 15th, 2024, 9 AM. I set off about half an hour ago, 8:30, which again for me is pretty good. Look at these fields. I do love the wheat fields. I just think they're so lovely. Something about a good wheat field and the colour and the crickets.
I ain't never felt a kind of love like this before. You took all the worries from my mind. Darling, please forgive me if I stay a little more. I can't look away from those brown eyes. And if we settle down, we don't have to settle down. Please don't be afraid of all the things that could go wrong. We can take our time and we may change our mind. But I can tell a good thing when a good thing comes along. Darling, tell me all about the dreams you had last night. You can be so restless in your sleep. I ain't going nowhere, all this feels so very right. When you find good love, it's the one that you should keep. And if we settle down, we don't have to settle down. Please don't be afraid of all the things that could go wrong. And we can take our time, and we may change our mind. But I can tell a good thing when a good thing comes along. If I ever hurt you, dear, oh, I apologize. Heaven knows I ain't no perfect man. I can't take another night without you by my side. Please come home as quickly as you can. And if we settle down, we don't have to settle down. Please don't be afraid of all the things that could go wrong. We could take our time, and we may change our mind. But I can tell a good thing when a good thing comes along.
Wow. Here are the views that I've been missing. I can now see that I would have seen yesterday, so very happy about that. That I'm at least seeing something today. We've got Robinswood Hill, which is around there. There's also a dry ski slope on there, I don't know if you can see. Chosen Hill, straight ahead there. Then the distant Malvern Hills, May Hill, Forest of Dean, all the way on the horizon, just down there. We've got the Cheltenham Racecourse, I think that's that down there. And yeah, it's just cool. And these are all the towns. You've got Shudrington, that's the one closest. I reached Crickley Hill, a prominent spur of the Cotswold escarpment sitting at 273 metres above sea level. Given its extensive history and finds through excavation, there are information boards along the way detailing Crickley Hill's 4,500 years of settlement and worship. It reads, "Beneath your feet lie archaeological remains of national importance. Excavations managed by the Crickley Hill Archaeological Trust took place here each summer from 1969 to 1993. In that time, more than 1 million finds were excavated and the remains of fortifications, settlements, and sites of worship uncovered. They indicate that the hill was inhabited at various times for about 4,500 years between 3700 BC and AD 500. The main settlements were Neolithic, which is Stone Age, between 3700 BC to 3000 BC, Iron Age, which is between 700 BC and 400 BC, and Post-Roman, which was between AD 420 and 500. In addition, a part of the site known as the Long Mound seems to have been used for ritual and religious purposes, and included a Neolithic shrine, a stone circle, and processional way. The first permanent residents of Crickley Hill were a community of perhaps 50 to 100 people who built a village some 5,700 years ago. These Neolithic or New Stone Age people were among the earliest farmers in Britain. Neolithic man first reached Britain from the continent about 6,000 years ago, introducing farming to this country and the manufacture of pottery. Before their arrival, the native people lived only as hunters and gatherers. About 5,500 years ago, a single powerful defensive wall was built to protect a village of rectangular wooden houses and a small ritual site. The settlement ended in violence. There was a fierce battle, one of the first known battlefields in the country, in which over 400 flint-tipped arrows were shot and the houses and gateways burnt. Flint arrowheads penetrate flesh better than steel ones and are more likely to break off in the wound. The Long Mound ritual site shows a sequence of use, extension, and modification from 5,500 years ago in the Neolithic to 2,400 years ago in the Iron Age. The earliest phase is associated with the final Neolithic village and consisted of a fenced processional way leading to the settlement shrine. Here, rituals involved fire, the burning of bone, perhaps in animal sacrifices, and the gathering of pottery, flint, bone, and antler in special places. Later phases of the Long Mound included a stone circle with a central hearth. In the final arrangement, a mound of turf and soil nearly 100 metres long was constructed, with a pole erected at its eastern end, and its sides marked out at intervals by large stone slabs, some covering butchered animal bones. Crickley Hill was permanently occupied again at the beginning of the Iron Age nearly 3,000 years ago. A village was constructed of long timber houses, defended by a large stone wall and a ditch enclosed in an area equivalent in size to 5 football pitches. The settlement was attacked, captured, and then thoroughly destroyed by fire. After an interval, which may have been short, a roundhouse village was established. The village was destroyed before the fortifications could ever be finished, no later than about 400 BC. The hill fort was never rebuilt, but some 400 years later, at the end of the Iron Age, which was 1 BC, a small area was occupied by modest dwellings. Well, it's a shame about the litter and the noise. Other than that though, this is pretty awesome. Good to be up high, you know, and things be visible. What are these prints? They're massive. Looks like a horseshoe, but like look at that. Must have like really furry feet or something. Because that one does look like a horseshoe. Oh my god, so I've just realised that I left my food at the place in the pod that I was staying in last night. So annoyed. Because there was a little fridge, and upon checking out I didn't want to leave too late. I was kind of like in a rush, like just getting ready and stuff, you know. I had until 11 to check out, but I wanted to get on the trail before 9, so I left at 8:30 like I said. And I was rushing so much, I just completely forgot about checking the little fridge and the food. I was just thinking, oh, I might have one of my feta stuffed peppers, and I went, oh shit. I just realised, oh my god. To be honest, right, I'm just glad that it wasn't like a massive haul of food. I think all I had was like 1 or 2 wraps, a little Ziploc bag of feta stuffed peppers, which I love, and craving them. I've been so excited to have them. Had some the other night, but I had quite a few left. Some hummus, my favourite hummus as well. It was quite expensive, which is annoying. What else? I think one of my egg custard tarts or something, and some croutons. I think that's everything. Not loads, but oh man, it's just so annoying. But the thing is, right, other than the peppers, I'm you know, I can look past it and just be like, oh well. But the other thing is, I bought a brand new Tupperware tub, like a really good one for this trip, to keep everything sealed so there's no like leaking, you know, and all that sort of stuff. And it cost me about 5-6 quid, and I've left that. Oh my god. Oh, I could just cry. My peppers in my tub. I'm absolutely gutted. Oh, I just hope that I find somewhere on this trip that sells feta stuffed peppers, because they're so good. Oh god, I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about them. That's all I want right now. whatever. Oh, my tub. Bought that just for this trip. Oh, so good. Oh my god. Anyway, you know, there are worse things going on in the world. Why am I crying about peppers and a tub? And my wraps and my hummus. Oh. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm getting a little bit hungry. I think all I have though, other than the food that I brought that left, are biscuits and things like that, and I want something substantial like the peppers. I want something like nutritious and stuff. I'm craving fresh food, like veg, something veg based, or cheese, or like my bloody peppers. Oh god, sorry. I just need to like, I'm just so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Anyway, I don't know where I'll be. I need to check where I'm actually passing through today, so in terms of like towns and villages and stuff before my actual place. Oh, so looks like Painswick is the next place, is the next kind of village. That's not for about another, oh god, 6 miles maybe. Then after that it's where I'm staying, which is another 6 miles after that, roughly, give or take. So when I reach Painswick, I think that's like the halfway point of the day. So I've done about 5 miles, just over 5 miles already. Yeah, about another 12 to go or something like that, maybe 14, I don't really know. So I think it's all just kind of nature trails, and I want to see more like Cotswold villages. That's what I want to see more of. I love nature, don't get me wrong, and like this is fantastic. I think yesterday I was quite deprived of the Cotswold villages because I saw loads on day 2. Loved it, brilliant. Yeah, so I just want to see more of them. I think Painswick should be should be quite nice. And the place I'm staying tonight, by the way, is in Middle Yard, so it's just after Stroud. So I passed through Stroud and then it's in Middle Yard, so not far from Stroud really. So yeah, it's in Middle Yard and it's an Airbnb, so it's a room in someone's home again, and yeah, looking forward to it. Looks like a really lovely place, to be honest. Oh, and also about an hour ago I thought to myself, this is when I was coming down Crickley Hill, so I thought, my last night I'm staying in Old Sodbury, and the walk from there, the last stretch from there to Bath, would have been the longest stretch on the trail so far, plus I would have to get a train after that, and there was a chance of missing the last train. So I thought, well, that, and I want to spend more time in the Cotswolds, just one more day, and so I can walk a bit more like leisurely on my last day as well, so I'm not proper powering through and stressing out. So I booked luckily I hadn't booked my train back yet, which I have now done after this. So I booked a place it's called Beach. It's like 6 miles out from Bath, so it kind of splits the last day in half. It's a little shepherd's hut again, so I really am kind of like mixing it up, going back and forth between like Airbnb, shepherd's huts and things like that. So yeah, I'm happy about that. So I'll be back on Monday instead of Sunday now. So that's oh my god, what am I doing? So instead of doing the walk in 6 days, I'm doing it in 7. So I think that's pretty sensible. I didn't want to risk missing the last train. I didn't want to rush and worry about missing it on my last day. I wanted to enjoy Bath a little bit as well. So, because I love Bath, I don't know if I've mentioned, but I've been to Bath, oh god, loads in my life, because I love it, with my family. My mum used to take us usually it was like once or twice a year for a good few years of my childhood, because her best friend lives in Bath, so we'd visit and stay, and I just, so many good memories. It's such a beautiful place. I'm so excited to get there, and I'm so happy that the hike ends there. And yeah, just the countryside surrounding Bath, it's just stunning. So yeah, basically that, I wanted to spend a bit more time on the trail and enjoy myself, really, because that's what I'm out here to do. This is going to be tricky. Oh my god. Oh god, there's a path here. Bloody hell. Well, thank god I noticed it. The trail took me through Painswick Golf Club, and honestly, what an unexpected icon, skirted by some cottages, stately homes, manor houses and mansions. As a hiker passing through, I felt a touch out of place, as I felt I was stepping into a rich person's world or Tory territory. But once I saw the expansive views, when essentially ridge walking the golf course on my way to the beacon trig point, I truly felt the sense of belonging that was lacking moments earlier. Welcomed onto the land which opened up before me, I took in the views from the escarpment stretching across farmland and forests, the countryside of the Cotswolds. After descending the escarpment and golf course, I approached Painswick. Surrounded by serene countryside and around the midpoint of the Cotswold Way, I was totally charmed by the laid-back and affable vibe that this place gave off. not to mention the visually pleasing, iconically Cotswold structures garnished with decor of green and splashes of vibrant colour with flowers in full bloom. Known as the Queen of the Cotswolds, Painswick is steeped in history, and that especially of the wool trade, much like its neighbouring prosperous towns who also credit the early affluence to the humble sheep. Animals of the trade were paramount to a flourishing town's success. So from the mid-15th century, the prosperity of Painswick depended mainly on said wool trade and the production of superfine broadcloth. This cloth was made from short staple wool obtained from the large flocks of sheep kept in the Cotswolds. During the 17th and 18th century, when the wool trade flourished at its height, some farmhouses around Painswick were rebuilt or enlarged with increased budget due to their wealth and success thanks to the sheep. Before wool was spun, it was washed and hung in its round towers to dry, and then stored in barns. The clothier would then distribute the wool to spinsters, women who spun the wool in the cottages, and then passed it to the weavers. Some mills had weaving rooms, but most weavers worked at home. The finishing processes that would take place at the mill produced smooth broadcloth. Wool and cloth were carried to and from Painswick by pack horses and donkeys. The prosperity of the clothiers in the 17th and 18th centuries was shown by their fine houses, several of which still serve as private residences today. By the beginning of the 19th century, there were nearly 30 cloth mills in Painswick parish. Most used water to drive the mill's machinery. Savory's Pin Mill was the last to remain a working mill until its closing in 1982. When the local cloth trade declined towards the 19th century, cloth mills would convert into corn mills, pin mills, cap mills, or silk mills. In addition to being a centre of the cloth trade, Painswick was also a market town. Its charter for a weekly market was granted in the year 1253. Beautiful buildings line Painswick's narrow streets, the village mainly constructed of locally quarried Cotswold stone, and contains the oldest building in England to house a post office, as well as the country's oldest bowling green. And in the early hours of June 15th, 1941, the German Air Force dropped 8 bombs across Painswick. 2 people were killed, both were evacuees. I spotted an interest information of shaped trees and went to investigate and found myself at St Mary's, a fine medieval church with a tower of 14 bells. In 1643, the church was used to hold parliamentarian prisoners during the royalist siege of Gloucester. There's an inscription carved on a column by one such prisoner, Richard Foote. King Charles I stayed at the courthouse in Painswick during the royalist siege of Gloucester, and the house is still believed to be haunted by the king and his troops. In 1644, the parliamentarian troops from Gloucester were besieged in the church by royalist forces until forced to surrender by Sir William Vavasour. The 2-acre churchyard here is particularly fine, with a splendid collection of 17th and 18th century tombs, and in their midst a large pyramid tomb, which is the final resting place of the mason who built many of the tombs here. This churchyard is famous for its intriguing and plentiful yew trees, alleged to be 99 in number, with legend declaring that if 100th yew tree were to be planted, the devil would destroy it. Hey guys, so I'm in Painswick and wandering around and looking at the place, and a few minutes ago I was daydreaming again. And because I'm getting really hungry, and I was like just zoning out and daydreaming while also looking at the buildings, and I went over on my ankle. I'm 5 miles away from where I need to be, and I'm like I'm walking now, but I'm struggling when I put weight on it, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm kind of like limping a little bit now, and I'm just like, can I do 5 miles over the hills, or should I I think I just need to sit down somewhere and think about it, because, you know, obviously I'm going to continue with the walk. I'm definitely not calling it over a twisted ankle. Like, I'm, you know, 100%, like, I'm finishing this thing, but I'm just thinking, will I make it worse if I just don't give it a rest and just push on those 5.5 miles on, like, I think it's through like a country park or something, which I don't want to miss. And I don't like yellow glazing, but I don't want to make it worse. I don't want it to turn into an injury. And because I'm almost halfway on the walk now. Like, in 5 miles I will be halfway. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hobble to the nearest cafe or pub, sit down and just have a think and just see how it is, because I don't want to put too much strain on it, because I've gone over it and I felt a crunch. So I really don't, you know, it's throbbing at the minute, and why does this have to happen? Like I said though, no matter what, I'll, you know, if it's still painful tomorrow, I'm just going to suck it up and take painkillers. But I don't know how much it'd slow me down, because I have to keep stopping and, like, not, like, you know, take the weight off it for a bit, considering that I'm already short on time as well. I'll have a think. I'll find the nearest cafe or pub and I'll have a think.
I called by the Premier shop in the village to restock on some supplies and snacks for the next couple of days, and I found a cute little pub called The Oak. I sat in for a little while and figured out what to do next, what the best thing would be for my ankle, but what I'd also be happy doing, as despite my twisted ankle, I still wanted to get some more hiking in for the day. I settled on a compromise and booked an Uber from Painswick to just outside of King Stanley, where I'd have just about a mile or so to hike on relatively level terrain, so I could take it easy and lessen the risk of further injury. This looks like a lovely little neighbourhood. Got some horses down there, someone mowing the lawn, and just nice, and people with nice gardens and some vineyards up there, I think. So what's happened, because of my ankle, I didn't want to hike over the tops for 5, maybe 6 miles and potentially make it worse and ruin the rest of the walk. So I thought I'll take it easy, but I didn't want to just get a taxi straight to where I'm staying. It felt wrong to do both, so I kind of compromised. So I sat in the Royal Oak for a bit, the pub, and I was just like, let's figure out what's going on. It had just gone 3 o'clock, so it was, you know, it was getting on. And with the pace that I could walk, which is the pace I'm kind of walking now, it would have taken me longer than usual to do those 5, maybe 6 miles
what I did is I looked on Uber just to see if it could drop me off like a mile outside of Middleyard, so just outside of King Stanley. So that's what I did and got a pretty good price for it too. I wouldn't have done it if it was so expensive. Luckily today's payday, but I don't want to go mad with it, you know. So that's what I did, and yeah, so I'm about a mile away, but I can take my time, that means, because I'm slowly walking. As you can see, it's not in too much pain, but it hurts a little bit. There's like a twinge there, so I'm trying to take it as easy as possible again, so I don't make it into an injury and during the rest of the walk. If I rest it enough tonight, then it should be okay, and I've got painkillers that I can take. It's okay. Hi.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry, it's fine. Anyway, I've got a story for you guys. So before I went into the Royal Oak, I nipped into the Premier just across the road for some bits, so I'm not like, you know, since I've run out of food and I don't know what the shops are like in Middleyard, so I thought I'll just make use of the shops here. So that's what I did. Went in, got some bits, you know, some food, and as I was at the counter to pay, an old man was in front of me and he was getting lottery tickets, and he was chatting to me like, oh, you know, I've never been lucky, but I'll empty his till one day. And then was like, oh, did you hear the last guy won 11 million? Imagine having that money. It's too much money. What would you do with it? 11 million. And I was like, yeah, that's a lot of money. Anyway, then he leaves, and then the guy behind the till just starts kind of laughing to himself, and he goes, you know, he owns 3 houses, one of which he bought for 1.5 mil. And I'm just like, what's he getting lottery tickets for? Like, just, I was in shock. It made me laugh, but I'm thinking, but he was just saying 11 million, wow, that's so much money, which it is. Bloody hell, yeah, it is. But then he's got 3 houses, God knows how much the others are worth, but 1.5 mil. I'm like, dude's a millionaire already. What's he playing the lottery for? leave some for the rest of us. Anyway, that was just, it was funny, it made me laugh, and I told the taxi driver, the Uber driver, he found it funny. And then he went, you know, my one of my old taxi buddies won 25 mil on the lottery, but he said he's a really nice guy and he deserved it because he'd lost a lot in his life. He'd lost his wife and all that, and he was a really nice, genuine guy, and he won 25 mil. He initially thought it was 250 grand, which is still astonishing, and then his brother checked the numbers and went, that's 25 million. So this guy tells me that what he did with it is bought a house for himself, of course, paid off his existing mortgage, and he has 4 daughters who he all bought houses for, which is so nice. I do the exact same. And he threw a massive function at a really fancy hotel for all his taxi driver friends, with a free bar, free taxi rides home, and he cooked cuisine for all of them, because this guy, what he was saying, you know, how taxi drivers, you get people from all over the world, such as English people, Indian people, African people. So what the guy who won the lottery did was he hired caterers to make the cuisine from all different ethnicities at this big function, and obviously there was so much of it, and he like made everyone take the food home with them as well, like, no, bring the food with you, you know, like, just, you can use it. And how amazing is that? So yeah, the Uber driver, he said obviously he was invited to the function, and he went, and he was given a massive big deep metal tray of lasagna to take home with him, and he said he cut it up into pieces and froze it, and it's lasted him like about a month. And he also told me that once word had got out that he'd won 25 mil, loads of distant relatives who hadn't, you know, bothered with him before, or been in touch with before, who we didn't even know, obviously started coming into contact and being all friendly, like, hi, how are you, and all that, like sponging. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. It's a shame. I mean, if I won the lottery, I would give a lot of it to my family, but I do, as everyone does, I do myself have the odd semi-distant relative who is a sponge. So
You know, that would definitely happen if that were to happen to me. So yeah, just a word of advice. If a relative twice removed who you've never spoken to wins a lot of money, don't be that guy. Don't all of a sudden be like, oh hi, like suddenly interested, because it's dead obvious.
Back then, what you've been knowing now, before the broken skin, and letting your love out, playing the tape again. It's such a sorry sound, old shaky monologue, just dragging you around, reaching for reset, reaching for reason to begin, watching the sunset, front porch cigarette with my best friend. I can't seem to find. When I go to reach it, just leaves my mind. Waking with a note. How could a poem hold the way I see your soul? All the colors, all the feeling, all the of your being. I slip into a coat and step outside. A dark and quiet road appears out of the smoke. It leads me to a valley, secret emerald grove of cedar trees and pines. I walk for miles and miles. All the colors, all the feeling, all the wonder of your the light becoming clear. I walk along. Pull my hat over my ears, scale the old limestone. A spring beneath the leaves, in a forest free to grow, with the orange morning glow, and then it starts to snow. In the color, in the feeling, it's the wonder of your being. You are the space that lies between the water and the great blue heron wing.
Good morning guys, it is August 16th 2024 and it's just gone 10 AM. I did set off about 9:30 today, so they're not as early as my other 2 days, but today I think is about a few miles shorter than the other day, so maybe 12 I think. So it's not, you know, I've basically I can take my time a little bit more, which is good because of my ankle. And even though the bed last night was so comfy, I must have slept funny. So I've got a bad shoulder, my left shoulder, and it's kind of gone down my arm a little bit. I've had this before, it happens every now and then, and it's so annoying. But I took some painkillers and they've just kicked in, so I'm feeling much better. My shoulder, like the dull ache is still there, but it's not as painful. and my ankle, I can like put weight on it a bit easier now, so I'm not as limpy. Luckily I'm filming currently with a gimbal, so you can't, you know, it's quite stabilised, so I'm not like shaking the camera about as I bloody limp. But no, the limp's not that bad. My ankle's alright, it's much better than yesterday. I think I made the right call in not pushing myself. Look at these feathers. Huh. So it looks like it goes that way. What a beautiful forest though. Look at that. God, it's so lovely. I am so grateful to be in this shade right now, because it's not as hot as the first 2 days, but it's still going to be mid-20s. I think it's currently about 19, maybe 20 degrees. But in the shade, obviously, it's much, much cooler. But I'm just glad I'm not walking over the tops, even though the views would be beautiful, but I'll see them anyway. And I see them, you know, through the trees. I'd just rather stick to the shade for now and drink plenty of water. Oh wow, look at all these plants. Oh, it's amazing. Anyway, the place I stayed at last night, it was Mal and Emma's place, and I didn't meet Mal, but I met Emma, and you know, we chatted for a bit, and she welcomed me. She was so welcoming, she was so nice and easy to talk to. And she recommended, she asked what I was doing for food, and I said, well, I'm not really sure, I might see if there's a shop around. I've got a few bits from Painswick, but I'm not really sure. And she said, well, there's a Chinese down the road. She said, I can run you down if you want. Honestly, how sweet is that? So she did. So I got a Chinese and it was really lovely. What did I get? Got egg fried rice, black bean sauce with mixed veg, and some crispy seaweed, which was all veggie, obviously. And it was so good. And yeah, the communication's really nice. She's like, let me know if you need anything, just message over, you know, the Airbnb thing. So yeah, I had a really good night. Ate my food in my room as I watched a movie, and I called Cameron and had a chat, and then fell asleep. So today where I'm staying is another Airbnb similar to yesterday's, so that'll be nice. It's beautiful. So the place tonight is about 12 miles, give or take. Looks like it's going to be such a nice day. I just hope there's enough shade like this. Oh wow, these views. Oh, it feels so good to be here. And on a day like today, and this little dog playing down there like a puppy. Oh my god, this honestly just feels like magical. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think this part is my favourite part of the Cotswold Way so far. Other than when I passed through Broadway and Stanton, those lovely, beautiful, idyllic, quaint Cotswold villages. I think this is my favourite part of like the landscape walks, the hiking aspect of it. because it's just been so pleasant and exciting, and like it just, everything is grabbing my attention. I'm not like in my own head or daydreaming too much like I was when I was walking through all that fog. Couldn't see anything, so I was out of it. But now it's like I'm engaged, you know, I'm present and grounded, and I'm just so happy. This is absolutely beautiful. I've loved other aspects of the walk, of course, but this is, I think, and especially just coming from that forest, because that was lovely. And this is just, oh, this is what I expected and thought of when I thought of how nice it would be to hike the Cotswold Way. Now it's been a really nice hike so far, but I can only imagine that. Oh, I'm lost for words. I know I've said a lot of words, but I feel lost for words. Oh, there's cows. Oh, I think they're cows. I'm not wearing my glasses, but it could be a horse. Oh, look at these cows. Oh my god. The horns on this one. Hey. Hey, mate. You gonna let me pass? Hey. Oh my god, there's loads. Hey. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, I think that one's a cow. I think that one's a bull. Bloody hell. Oh wow, look at them all down there. Not that you can see it, but just over that road is it's an airfield. You can actually, oh no, oh man, I wish I had a view of it. That'd be so cool. But yeah, it's an airfield for Bristol and Gloucestershire Gliding Club. Yeah, cool to hear it, but I'd love to see it as well. Oh, look at how that tree's kind of grown, like how it's formed. Looks like it's like hugging or trying to hug that one, and that one's kind of leaning out of the hug. Wonder why. Others, maybe it grew around another tree and it's not there, but surely you'd be able to see what's left of it. I don't know. Oh yeah guys, I forgot to say that I've passed the halfway mark a few miles back, so that's amazing. I think about maybe 4 or 5 miles back, so I'm over halfway on the Cotswold Way. I think by the end of today it'll be 2/3 of the way through, so I'll only have like 1/3 to hike over the course of 2 days after today. I'm glad I booked that place for the day after tomorrow night, otherwise I'd be having to hike the last third in one day, which isn't impossible, but there is no way I would have got the train back that evening. So, and if I got a place to stay in Bath, I would have been checking in really late, which I don't want to do. So yeah, glad I did that, and over halfway, feels amazing. I've done 52 or 53 miles or something like that, so yeah. Feels awesome. Oh no, missing dog. Oh, that's so sad. I hope they found her, little Daisy. That's creepy. What is that? I reached the Coley Peak Nature Reserve, which is home to the Nymphsfield Long Barrow, which I didn't really do much filming of up close anyway, because there were a couple families there with children playing on the Long Barrow itself. I did get a shot from the distance though, so here that is. It's just a nice grassy green mound. The barrow was built over 5,000 years ago by farming communities as a burial place for their dead. The barrow was used for about 2 centuries, and the site was first excavated in 1862. There have been a number of finds here, including some Neolithic pots, a flint arrowhead, and a perforated dog whelk pendant. Nymphsfield is one of around 150 known barrows scattered across the Cotswold Hills from Oxfordshire to Somerset. The views from Coley Peak stretch over the Severn Vale and towards the Forest of Dean. The nature reserve and hilltop is 12 acres of reclaimed farmland, now a wildflower meadow and viewpoint. As well as the reserve being gradually colonised by wildflowers, it's also home to a number of species of wildlife, including kestrel, buzzards, goldfinches, and meadow brown, marbled white and common butterflies, a flourishing natural environment on its return to a species-rich grassland. I'm sat here with this amazing view, and I'm eating a wrap with hot sauce and some seaweed from last night, but it's really, really good, and these views are just the best.
In the town on the hill where the apples grow, and the church bells ring every hour or so, I took a little walk just to see the ships coming in. The sun rose up right above the highway, black, blue, red, yellow, golden skyway. It's like the day that you jump into the wind. I can't go back down to that water again. These old muddy shoes keep on walking the streets. Someone's bride buying Egyptian sheets. The window display of some little store in town. And there's my reflection against the morning light. Hello, Mr. Ghost, Mr. Skeleton White. You better comb your hair, you better wipe that George Clay off your brow. better stand up straight, man. These people hardly recognize you now. I just sit here lonesome for you. There's a million things I would rather do instead. I know it takes a lot to change a worried mind, and I know it takes a year to see the warm summertime. But I'm made of nails, man, made of tombstone. Tall, tall trees, but a tombstone fades and the nails will rust. Tall old trees, they all turn to dust. A little every day, it's so slow that you can't even see. I guess I'll try to find another thing to be. I just sit here lonesome for you. There's a million things I would rather do instead. I just sit here lonesome for you. There's a million things I would rather do instead.
Under the glaring sun on this beautiful day, I felt a little relief as the way took me through yet another forest route. As eager as I was to see the views of the villages and landscapes from the escarpment, the shade of the woodlands was a haven from the upwards of 30 degrees Celsius heat out of the tree canopy, which was around 20-something in the shade, a much cooler and enjoyable experience, despite the lacking views that would be expansive and far-reaching with incredible visibility. The comfort of hiking in the shade was worth it though, that's what I kept telling myself anyway. This is Coley Wood, part of a mosaic of semi-natural habitats and an important haven for wildlife including the rare lesser and greater horseshoe bats. Near ancient monuments, this broadleaf ancient woodland is famous for its fossils. Coley Wood is part of a cluster of Woodland Trust-owned woods in close proximity to the Cotswold Scarp. These are the Woodland Trust's Cotswold Woods, and among Coley Wood, the other three are Penwood, Stanley Wood, and Lacombe Wood, with all four woods totalling 138.22 hectares. All four woods connect and link to the wider wooded landscape which defines the Cotswold Scarps. In these areas, beech trees are a nationally important feature, particularly along the scarp and incised valleys. The Cotswold beech woodlands are of high conservation value due to the landscape mosaic of deciduous woodland with rides and open semi-natural habitat and permanent pasture. The Coley Wood Quarries, covering 4.85 hectares of the site, is designated SSI for its abundance of fossils of Lower Jurassic age in the stratum known as the cephalopod bed. There's a horse. The geology of these woodlands across the Cotswold Scarps is diverse, with a variety of geological horizons from the top to bottom, and works within the woods including large-scale quarrying, sunken tracks and lanes, all exposing these variations, designating this land as a regionally important geological site. Guys, oh, you're all so cute. You're adorable. I've just come from all the way up there, up on the tops, and that was a steep walk down. So now I can either go over or I can go around, and I'm going to go around because, well, not only the incline that I just, you know, cannot be bothered with because of my ankle. It started to hurt again. I know, very convenient. It started to hurt again, but I've just taken some painkillers, so they should kick in about 20 minutes or so. So instead I'm going to take the nice steady route around. It's literally up and down, so I'm just like, well, and you know, I even though I was complaining about the heat and loving the shade, I kind of feel like I want to spend a little bit of time in the sun. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So the next town that I'm going to reach in about 2 miles is Dursley. So I'm going to see if I can maybe have a sit down and a coffee or something like that in a nice cafe if I come across one. And after that I'm going over into Cotswold Wood, up and over, right over there. And after that I go through the village of North Nibley. And after that I go up a bit more, and then I'm in Watton under Edge, which is where I'm staying. So yeah, I'm about halfway in my day, I think. And oh, there's another glider up there. Wow. Yeah, I'm about halfway in my day. I'm roughly at the halfway point. It's 20 past 1, so I'd say I'm on track. I'm not in a rush, it's not that far away. I just can't stop looking at all the fields of corn and wheat. It's just like, I just love it. I love the look, the whole wheat field, cornfield aesthetic. It's one of my favourite things about this walk, I'm not even gonna lie. It's just so nice, all the farms and everything. You know, I've not seen that many people hiking the Cotswold Way on this trip. I've only seen a couple, like 2 hikers who were hiking together, an elderly couple. I didn't get their names, but they're Australian and they're hiking the Cotswold Way. I saw them as, where was it now? I saw them on day 3, the really foggy day, about a mile before going up like Campden Hill, and they were actually going a bit further than me to Birdlip, which was really impressive actually, because that was a relatively long day for me, and they set off around the same place I did. Oh shit, oh, I'm sorry. And they saw me with my GoPro and asked if I was filming for YouTube or something, and I said yeah, I am actually. So they asked for my channel, which I told them, and that night, and bear in mind that was maybe about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock or something like that. That later that night, about 10 o'clock, I got a comment on one of my videos. It was on the Coast to Coast in 5 minutes video, and they said, "Hi, it's us, we saw you on the trail earlier today, a couple from Oz," and all that stuff. Oh, it was so lovely. I've not seen them since then, but I mean, I could just bump into them at any point really. I don't know how many days they're doing it in, but I might just see them along the route again, who knows, maybe not. But it was nice to meet them, and you know, now they're on the channel and they might even be watching this, so hi. Oh, look at this. Oh my god, oh my god, this is interesting. Oh, nice. I love a good wooden wooden bridge. Oh my god. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but should be fine. Little squirrel just then. I think these types of paths and parts of the trail are my favourite, you know, the not really used old country lanes. Like, I just love them. And you pass like fields and trees and rivers, and I don't know, I like a variety, which is what I've had a lot of today, thankfully. I've had a lot of forest hiking, like woodlands. I've had some like open on the tops hiking, a little bit of that, and I've had some obviously what I've got now, like country lanes. Oh my god, I hope I got that. I don't know if I was facing it down enough, but a little rabbit just ran across. I hope I got that.
I've got now like country lanes.
Yeah, honestly, today has just been amazing, like stunning. Everything, like weather-wise, the variety of the trail, and just I think the wildlife, and look at them. Just everything, like the vibe and the views, and just honestly the feel of it as well. Like the feel of this area is really good. I don't know if anyone, I mean there'll be some people who understand what I mean by that, but I can't explain it. Like in some places I feel like really off and it's not good, and then other times I'm grounded and I'm happy and I feel like the energy of the place is just really nice. Also, I just saw some horses there. I think there's a horse and a pony, I think, or something I'm going to see. I think they're walking away. Oh my god, look, it's a horse and a pony. Oh my god, there's three. Hey, you guys alright? What are you doing? What are you doing? Is the black one stuck? I don't understand what's going on. No? Okay, I think you guys are okay. I think you are, because the black one, I can just see it sticking out, but it doesn't seem distressed. It's probably honestly getting some shade, because it is hot. Like not so much that I'm like struggling, but it's hot. I think it's actually, I've got a thermometer in my bag here, and it's 29 degrees. Lovely.
6:50 a.m. on a Tuesday, bathed in bird song. The moment I wake, turn the dial to the right place. This is my morning, the Tennessee way. My dog is ready to be walking. A pot of coffee got me talking. cries out, she's so crazy. This is a morning Tennessee made me. Found a cut path through the Ester, seen a polecat and started walking faster. Hearts are bursting, mooning early. This is morning Tennessee made me. Kicked the burned out, bought a rocket, nursing a sunburn. I got on the carpet in the narrow sycamore sway. This is my morning, the Tennessee way. La, la, la,
I love that you can hear like the sounds in the trees, and then every now and then you'll see and hear the shell of a beech nut fall, and there's loads on the ground because it's the squirrels foraging and finding the beech nuts and eating them and dropping the shells. It's so funny. There was another one. Anyway, I'm about, I don't know, 5 or 6 miles from Watton under Edge where I'm staying. So this is like that was a big uphill bit. This next bit is going to be as well, and I think it's about nearly 3 o'clock. I estimate I'll probably get there around 7, which is fine. So I guess we'll see how long it takes. I'm feeling good though. I went to Sainsbury's, used the toilet, got some water, some more snacks and Mountain Dew to keep me energised. So yeah, should be good. At only 219 metres, you wouldn't think that the climb up to Stinchcombe Hill would be tough, but you'd be wrong. Whether it was the intense heat or heavy bag on my back, made heavier with the bottles of water and snacks on my recent supply run, definitely a combination of the two, I was relieved, elated even, to reach the top, greeted by a desirable breeze and a golf course. Classified as one of the most scenic golf courses in the UK and rated by the late Henry Longhurst as one of the top most scenic golf courses in Europe, Stinchcombe Hill is a rated challenging golf course with 18 holes. The original layout of 9 holes opened in 1889, with the further 9 completed in 1906. Prior to the formation of the golf club, back in its day, Stinchcombe Hill consisted mainly of uncultivated scrub bush controlled only by the southwesterly winds which blew across its slopes, and the sheep which foraged for what food they could find. Only the southern end of the hill was clear of scrub bush, known as the Park, where residents of Dursley would gather from time to time for sporting and social events. So I've just come across a couple in the woods there, and they're doing that, you know, they're hiking and like doing a day hike, and I'm approaching them because, you know, they're on the path that I'm following. So and they say to me, and I don't know if it's just me because I think I'm quite sensitive to this, to like people's attitudes, but they seemed quite rude. They just like, without a smile, no hello, nothing, just, do you know which way the loop is? And I'm like, oh hi, you're right, the loop? And they're like, yeah, the loop, we're on the loop. And I'm like, okay, let me just check my map. So I'll pull out my phone, get the hiker app up, and and I'm zooming in, and I'm like, okay, so it looks like, is it the loop that goes around the golf course at the top? And they're like, yeah. And I go, okay, so it looks like you need to go up that way, and pointing to the way I've just come from. And they said, that's where we've just come from. And I'm just like, I don't know, it might just be how they are, like, I don't know. But to me, I was like, I don't know, they were a little bit standoffish, and I'm like, I'm helping them. I'm like, I don't have to help them, but I am. So, you know, I don't know if it's because I'm like overly polite and I expect others to also be. Anyway, so I look back on the map and I'm like, oh, okay, so this loop, does it go up on the tops or does it go down? And he said, well, the directions we've been given is to follow the farm. And I'm saying, okay, so if you go on that path, and I'm pointing, then that takes you down to the farm, because it says that on my map, something farm, like Stan's something farm. And they're like, okay, we'll go that way, right then, thanks. Oh my god, I don't know, like, they could just be in a bad mood, or maybe that's just like their personality, maybe that is them just normal being polite, I don't know. But it really threw me off. They weren't like nasty, they were just like, not a hello, not a smile, tell us where we're going. And it's like, I don't know this route that they're on about, the loop, I don't know what route it is. But luckily, you know, I had the hiker up so I could see all the trails in the area, so I was able to help them. They said thanks, but they just kind of shot off after that. I don't know, just yeah, that's all. Anyway, I'm heading up there. Can you see that tower thing up there? I think I'm going around it. I think the path takes me around it, but there are a few paths up, but because I'm short on time, and I'll tell you why I'm short on time. I set off with plenty of time to get to my destination, but when I stopped and sat on that picnic bench a few hours ago, I was thinking, right, okay, 15 minutes, I'll have a quick snack and sit down, take a nice time lapse and get going. I was there for 45 minutes. I was aiming for 15 minutes and I was there for 45, and I didn't realise that time had passed. This is what I mean. I think I really do think I've got time blindness, because to me that felt like 15-20 minutes, and when I realised the time when I was starting to pack away, I saw the time, and I was just thinking, how the hell has it been 45, nearly 50 minutes? That's nearly an hour I've lost nearly an hour because I mean I was enjoying myself, so it was worth it, really, wasn't it? Like, it's all to enjoy myself. So that has set me back a bit. And obviously I went into Sainsbury's for the toilet, did a little bit of shopping. I mean, I think I was only maybe, I didn't really time myself, maybe 15 minutes there, but I don't bloody know, that could have been half an hour for all I know. It felt like 15 minutes. This is what I mean. I don't understand how, this is why I'm late for everything as well. No, honestly, I've been late my whole life for like everything. So my lectures at uni, like I was known as the late one because I'd turn up after it had started. And oh, Jesus Christ. The gate. Daydreaming and just chatting away, and the gate made me jump. Oh, bloody hell. Is it left? I feel like it's left. Hang on. Yes, it's left and then right. God. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. Walking through these beautiful fields, right, and I can hear in the distance music playing, and it's a bit jarring to hear music like karaoke. Like there's a woman singing on karaoke, I can hear it quite loudly. I doubt the camera would pick it up though. And it's just a bit jarring to be like, you know, out in nature, but it's in a funny way. There must be like a pub nearby and put like a singer on or karaoke. Ooh, a pub. No, I mustn't be tempted by a pub. I need to carry on. Just turn around to see that peculiar shaped cloud. It's quite faint, but there's some dark smoke there. Like, hope it's coming from like a controlled fire. The smoke's very dark. It's quite sparse, but it's dark. I can't really tell where it's coming from. Another lost dog poster. There was also a lost cat poster in Dursley, and it was on the floor, and it made me really sad because I'm really missing my kitten, as you know. Oh, you know, something that this walk has taught me is that to really appreciate and to understand that there's a few things in life that are better than the shade of a tree, a nice cool light breeze and fresh cold water. Oh god, like once you step into the shade of a tree after hiking uphill in the sun, in the near 30-degree sun, oh god, it's amazing. And you're there with a light breeze as well, it hits you as you hit the shade, and have a sip of your water, and it's like, oh man, life is good. Oh, life is so good when you really enjoy the simple pleasures. Hello. Hi. North Nibley is a parish and village, sometimes referred to as just Nibley, but often referred to as North Nibley, in order to distinguish it between another village just 10 miles south, also named Nibley. The name Nibley means farm or settlement on a hilltop. It's a somewhat unusual parish in that almost half of the households live outside of the central nucleus of the village and across a number of separate hamlets. The village is of considerable antiquity and was formerly farmed for the production of woolen cloth. In present day, North Nibley is home to the annual Nibley Music Festival, a Birds of Prey experience, and the modern eco-design mansion Swinhay House, where the season 3 finale of Sherlock was filmed. North Nibley is also the birthplace of William Tyndale, the scholar and linguist famous for his work in the translation of the Bible. Bit of a random place for a bench. The way took me up Nibley Knoll, where the Tyndale Monument is situated, the hard-to-miss tower that had been visible to me in the distance for the last few miles. Built in 1866 in memory of William Tyndale, the tower is open to the public to visit and climb for a small fee that works on an honesty system. The views from the top of the monument allow for the most spectacular panoramic scenes that stretch across the land. God. Wow. Oh, that was a climb. Oh wow, look at all this. What a view. I could have stayed up there for hours just looking out at every direction, a different window for a different view, and to imagine what it had looked like at night time when all the lights of the little towns were on. I can't help but travel back in time in a place like this as I looked onto the vast land before me, to the horizon as far as the eye can see. I'd imagine turning the time back year by year, decade by decade, locked in position in this tower as a spectator, witnessing the change of time, how the landscape would shift before me in terms of the settlements below, what people I'd spectate through a telescope. Their time, experiences, outlook on life and lifestyles so different than my own. What battles I'd witness across these hills and fields. I'd see horse and cart transporting wool from mill to mill before the invention of the automobile. I'd see Roman legions, the early settlers, people who once existed and left little trace, or the trace had vanished over time. I'd want to see further back to the shifting of the continents, what creatures and dinosaurs roamed the land long before humans, and maybe I'd even spot the first humans to roam this land. What plants and animals long extinct would decorate these hills, what it looked like before the formation of these hills, the ice, the ocean, and the fire that covered the earth, from when life began to evolve from microbes, rock forming, and eventually how this whole planet came together from its stardust. And I'd see it all from this exact point. Of course, our position within the universe would be different, but my hypothetical rules allow tracking. And I do see the irony of fantasizing about travelling millions and billions of years in the past while stood in a monument for the man who translated the Bible, a book that claims the Earth is only a mere 4,000 years old, obviously easily disproved by carbon dating minerals, meteorites and fossils, or radiometric dating measuring the decay of radioactive isotopes within rocks, but I digress. In summation, it felt pretty cool to be up here, and in moments like these, I'm incredibly grateful for my overactive and visual imagination, because that will very likely be the closest that I'll ever get to actually travelling back in time. Yeah, I've spent a good 5 minutes up here, taking in the views and just looking out, like you can see out to sea over there. Yeah, there's a festival down there. Maybe that was the music that I could hear. I can just see it. It's just very windy from that one. I can definitely hear it now. But it's crazy that it carried over all those fields. Anyway, I've got to head down now. I've left my bag. I hope my bag's okay. This is going to make me so dizzy. To see after that. Wow, that was fun. I'm glad I went in there. So I've just got to walk along there and descend into Wootton under Edge. About 2.5 miles, I think. That's what it says on maps anyway, to the place. It's about 2 miles to Wootton and another half a mile to where I'm staying. It's like at the end. So I've got to go through Wootton under Edge, which will be lovely. I'm very excited for it. It looks nice in the pictures that I've seen. So yeah, I think it'll be about 6 or 7 when I arrive. What time is it now? Yeah, it's 5 to 5. Yeah, if I take my time, maybe 7, maybe 6:30. So yeah, that's fine. Happy with it. I'm so glad I went up there. You know what? I nearly didn't come up this way. I nearly thought I can't do another incline today, and just did some road walking, which would have been a lot quicker, obviously. But I thought, well, don't want to miss this, not really. Get some more views in as well, because I'm loving these views. And it's so nice to see where you've like come from. Well, I don't know exactly where I've come from, but down there somewhere. and where I've got to go, just over those hills. Yeah, very excited for it. And this is a lovely bench. This bench. Oh, amazing. I think out of all the forest treks I've been on this route on the Cotswold Way, I think this might be my favourite forest trek because the smell, for one, it's the nicest smelling one. I can really smell the fir trees, the pines and coniferous trees. It just smells like Christmas, like a proper Christmas tree smell, you know, just really, really nice. Oh wow. Oh, I can really smell it then. Oh god, I think that's my favourite smell in the world. I think that's one of the reasons why I chose pine in my YouTube name, because I think it's my favourite smell. Not like the cheap car air freshener pine smells, they give me a headache, but the actual smell of like a really nice pine candle that smells really just like it, and obviously the real thing. It's just something about it. It's so uplifting and comforting and just amazing. It's just such a nice smell. So for that reason, and also a lovely butterfly there. Let's see if I can get a picture quick. There's two. Oh wow! Oh my god! Oh wow! That was amazing! Oh my god! Oh god, I'm in such a good mood. Yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, I think for that reason, as well as it's a nice steady route, even though it's a climb to get here. It's an easygoing little track so far anyway, and it's nice and open for the most part. I mean, it's look, you can see the sky. You're still like in the light. It's not too dark, but you're still surrounded by this beautiful forest. So these woodlands, it's called Westridge Wood, and yeah, I'll be walking through here for a bit before descending down into Watton Under Edge.
I just wanna go out and walk with you. Baby, you know I just like to talk with you. You don't have to tell me anything that's new. I just wanna go out and walk with you. I just wanna see your shadow next to mine, sailing over pavement with our two outlines. I like to see the shape you're in from time to time. I just wanna see your shadow next to mine. I just wanna see the same things you can see. Understand the meaning on a new degree. Maybe that could happen when you're next to me. I just wanna see the same things you can see. I just wanna go out on a walk with you. Could be 20 minutes or an hour or two. Baby, you know I just like to talk with you. I just wanna go out on a walk with you. Baby, you know I just like to talk.
Out of possibly the most enchanting woods I'd ever had the pleasure of walking through, here I had my first views of Wotten under Edge. It almost felt like I was under a trance, a genuinely perfect day on the trail, and the delights of the day were far from over. Situated here is a small enclosed copse of trees. As I approached, I learnt about its purpose by the Wotten under Edge Town Trust. The plaque read, "Trees were planted here in 1815 to commemorate the victory at Waterloo. They had become thin by the end of the Crimean War and were felled for a bonfire." This walled enclosure was erected and the site replanted with trees to commemorate the Jubilee of Her late Majesty Queen Victoria 1887, following the burning on the spot of one of the chain of celebration beacons which then spanned the country. Interplanted with new trees in 1952 by subscription of the family of the late Reverend James Hardiman, the family of the late W.J. Williams Esquire, Mrs. A. G. Bury, Brig and Mrs. Allen Durand, A. H. Jocham Esquire, Wotten under Edge Traders Association, and the Wotten under Edge Town Trustees. This plaque was renewed in 2022, the Platinum Jubilee year of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I arrived in Wotten under Edge and right away it radiated charm and such a relaxed and pleasant vibe. Golden hour was approaching, so not only was everything a bit more beautiful in the warm light, but you can actually feel the people in the town winding down for the evening.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. I can smell restaurants now. I'm getting really hungry.
The enticing scent of freshly cooked foods of several cuisines caught the attention of my stomach, and I happened upon a humble establishment absolutely made for me, a quaint, rustic wine and tapas bar called the Wine Shack at number 7. I was greeted and seated by some lovely women who took my heavy rucksack into a back closet. I apologised for its weight and smell. It had been a long and hot hike today after all. I ordered an aubergine dish, patatas bravas, with a side of granary bread and locally made wine. My whole experience was nothing short of delightful. The history of Watton-under-Edge spans the last 2,000 years. The landscape and features in and around the town bear witness to human presence and activity. Whilst the first mentioning of Watton dates back to 940 AD, the remains of an Iron Age hill fort here shows how this valley at the bottom of the woodland scarped the Cotswolds has always supported industry, first as a centre from where to harvest woodland resources and then as a thriving wool town. At its centre stands a war memorial erected in 1920. The inscription on its face reads, "To the honoured memory of the brave men of Watton-under-Edge who gave their lives in the Great War 1914 to 1919. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." At the first mention of Watton-under-Edge in 940 AD, it was in an Anglo-Saxon royal charter of King Edmund I, who leased 4 hides to Edric. Then this place was named Wooderton, wood in Saxon, meaning in or near the wood, and tun meaning homestead, enclosure or village. As the Old English Wooderton evolved into Watton, under-edge was added in reference to the limestone escarpment of the Cotswold Edge. There's a distinctive and hard to miss 13th century building here, though some believe it to be older than that. The Ancient Ram Inn. Its deeds read, "The Ancient Ram Inn dates to time immemorial," so its existence could predate the 13th century, surpassing 800 years old and maybe closer to 1000. The Ancient Ram Inn is unique. It still stands today, welcoming visitors, and even holds overnight ghost tours, as it's often called the most haunted house in Britain. In the 1500s, a woman accused of being a witch hid in this inn, but unable to escape the hunt, she was unfortunately captured. It's said to be built on an old pagan ritual site, and on the cross-section of ley lines, which is believed to be a motorway of spiritual activity, and it's also believed to be connected to Stonehenge. This is an apparent site of near constant paranormal activity, said to even turn skeptics into believers, and just a few months prior to myself crossing its path here, one of the more compelling videos of activity was captured in an old children's room. There's also a plaque on this building that reads, "Here lodged the carpenters and stonemasons while building the parish church during the 13th century, memorial to Stephen Hopkins, Pilgrim Father, Mayflower 1620 of this town." Following its industrial peak in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Victorian period didn't force large-scale industry here, mainly because transportation to close-by locations such as Dursley and Stroud were easier and more accessible. Due to this, the town was more or less untouched since the early Victorian period, and with a number of late medieval, Jacobean and Regency houses which are still in use today. In the late Middle Ages, England was a rich land. Commerce with the continent centred on the wool and cloth trade, and Gloucestershire, the county of this region of the Cotswolds, found its own specialisation in this trade. When imagining the uniforms of the British Army of the 17 and 1800s, a stark red uniform may come to mind, and the famous red cloth of these uniforms were made and supplied in this region, nationally within Britain, but also internationally to several foreign governments. And if anything has become apparent along this trail, it's that we really do owe our early affluence, the financing of such marvellous old edifices still standing, and much of our heritage to the sheep. God, it's beautiful here, Mum. You've got to, honestly, you've got to come here.
I know, I really want to go down there, Cotswolds and stuff.
We should all go on like a family trip one year.
I know we're not going to Newent, are you?
Where's that? I don't know, might be.
Where you were conceived.
Oh my god. Is that the Cotswolds?
Yeah, you were made in Gloucestershire, you.
No way. And that was the phone call with my mum where I learned that I was actually made in the Cotswolds, funnily enough, in the summer of 1997 and born 9 months later in early March 1998 in Bolton. In contrast to the wealth of the late 16th century, as the Industrial Revolution skipped Watton much like the small villages that I passed through on previous days, the small cottage industry of weavers that had made Watton into a prosperous town declined steadily in the late 18th century, reverting back into a small market town, serving the needs of a shrinking local population. Personally, I believe, in hindsight, following prosperity due to the wool trade, the economic decline due to the Industrial Revolution forgetting and almost leaving behind the towns and villages of the Cotswolds, though I can imagine very tough at the time, ended up being beneficial to its preservation. Had the Industrial Revolution moved to these historic, well-preserved and sleepy towns, they may not hold this unique charm, retain its detailed characteristics, and instead be pushed into modernity with factories and modern housing and smog. St Mary the Virgin Church is a 13th century Church of England parish church and a Grade 1 listed building. Oh, listen to that one. St Mary's was consecrated on the 19th of August in the year 1283, and is believed that most of the church as it is today was completed in the year 1325. My whole experience of Watton-under-Edge on this day was absolutely incredible, a beautiful and historic town that felt so relaxed and welcoming and had some amazing food and wine in a beautifully rustic restaurant. The weather couldn't have been better. It was my favourite time of day at golden hour. My whole day had been productive and packed full of adventure with stunning and interesting sights, and right now I was just ambling along a stream by ponies and ducks on my way to a lovely little cottage not 5 minutes away. I was truly in my element. Oh, ducks. Oh, they're so cute. So I'm about 5 minutes away now, just down the road, and yeah, my ankle's actually been okay today after taking the second painkiller. It's just not bothered me, and my shoulder, and my shoulder pain went like right after I took the first painkiller, so that's good. Oh god, it's just so beautiful here. Amazing. I'm not too far away now. I reached my accommodation for the night. My host, Sarah, greeted me, gave me a tour of the house and showed me to my room. She was so lovely and welcoming and gave me my space to unwind and relax. And what a cosy place, so full of character. My room was so comfortable, so once I showered, it wasn't long before I headed straight to bed, tired, aching, but proud and content of how far I'd come today, what I'd seen, and the people I'd met. It goes without saying that I had the most blissful night's sleep, a perfect end to a perfect day on the trail, and so looking forward to day 6.
Good morning guys, it is day 6 on the Cotswold Way and it's Saturday 17th of August 2024. It's 11 in the morning. I set off an hour ago. So why did I set off so late? I was ready to leave the Airbnb, which was lovely by the way. It was so cute and the bed was amazingly comfortable. I got up early and I was ready to leave at 8:50 or 8:55, kind of just before 9. Anyway, I was saying goodbye to Sarah, the host, who was so sweet, and she offered a coffee and muesli, which I just couldn't turn down. So I said, yes please, and we sat down for a nice chat as well, and turns out she's also an artist. She has a studio on the top floor, so we were showing each other our paintings on our phones and talking about art and expression, and her art is very lovely and very unique as well. It's also abstract. She delves more into portraits and portraiture, but in an abstract way of trying to paint the inside of the person, you know, like the in a spiritual way, not like, you know, the flesh or anything. Like in a spiritual way, as well as their face. So it's quite abstract, similar to my own, but I don't do portraits. I do more abstract. I do landscapes or naturescapes or things like that, but in an abstract way. And we were kind of bonding over the similar way in which we like to express the things and the images that we're painting. So she does it with people and I do it with landscapes and nature. So it was very interesting, and you know, we were just chatting and it was great. And then it got until 10 and I was like, okay, I better leave. So it is a late start to the trail, and I've got again another maybe 15 miles give or take to walk today to Old Sodbury. So where I'm staying is in an annex, so I'll have the place to myself. It's like a small house, so that'll be lovely, and I can check in at any time. So this isn't one where they need to let me in. So if I do turn up late, then it's fine. I've messaged the guy and said I'm not sure what time it will be. It could be late evening. And he said no problem at all, just let yourself in whenever you want. So there's no pressure. So it looks like another lovely, beautiful day, and it's hot as well.
all the years that I've wasted trying to find it, all that I go through for my peace of mind. Let it all go out the window, no smoke in my eyes, I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you in the back of my mind. Early blue morning, when everything's cold, I see you running, all covered in gold. There's nothing else that eases my soul. I let it all go out the window, no smoke in my eyes, I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you in the back of my mind. When there are others, I do the routine, I dance all alone there, I try to be seen. Then there's a feeling, you know what I need. I let it all go out the window, no smoke in my eyes, I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you in the back of my mind. Let it all go out the window, no smoke in my eyes, I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you in the back of my mind. It's always been you in the back of my mind.
So I'm about 66 miles into the whole Cotswold Way walk. Something's going on with my Strava. I don't know why it's been bugging out, but there was a section just after the Tyndale Monument about, well, it was about when I was halfway through Westridge Wood, you know, the really lovely one that smelled like Christmas trees. For some reason, and I noticed this yesterday as I got into Wootton, but I'll show you guys if you can even see the screen. Can you see the straight, you can just see the sky. There's a straight line there anyway, the straight blue line, and that's the time in which it didn't calculate because I had to restart it. I did not pause it. When I got into Wootton, I thought, oh, I'll check my miles. Anyway, it was paused. I did not pause it. Why would I pause it halfway through the woods? Anyway, I calculated the approximate miles, and it was a whole 2 mile down from the woods into Wootton, because I pinned it on Google Maps and then did the distance from my location, and it said 2 miles, so I'm adding on 2 miles, so that's now 4 miles I have to add on, because one time, the first time was my fault. I did pause it on my second day and lost a mile on the tracking because I forgot to resume. So I lost a mile, so I'm adding on to a mile there, and it happened again. I didn't track another mile that I walked, so I've got it all in my head. I think I've written it down on my phone as well. So I've been added on 2 miles to the one that it said, and now I've just lost 2 miles over there, which I did walk, and which I'm a bit annoyed about. So my Strava currently says 62.15 miles hiked, which is still amazing, but it's actually 66.15. But yeah, 66 miles, so amazing. I am about, when I look at my maps, it looks like I'm about 2/3 of the way through the hike, but you know, that's just judging because the route isn't straight, it curves and turns and everything, so it's hard to totally judge if it's 2/3 or 3/4. It's not 3/4, not yet anyway, probably by the end of the day it will be. So yeah, I just thought I'd update you guys and let you know that I'm nearly 70 miles in. So my halfway point of the day today is when I pass through Hawkesbury, Upton. I'd say I'm about, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles from there, so I reckon around the time I reach there I'll be 70 miles in, and yeah, that'll be amazing because that's just 30 miles left to go over 2 days, which is, yeah, 15 and 15. Oh, yeah, just lovely, loving this. I like this stretch that I've walked so far today. The next town that I'm passing through is Alderley. I'm right outside of Wortley at the minute. I don't think the trail takes me through Wortley, it's like over back there. But Alderley is about a mile ahead, so that'll be the next one. Then I'll be going up again and down into the Hawkesbury, which is my halfway point. Dear walkers, we're delighted to inform you that we're planning to create a beautiful flower meadow in this part of the estate to help our natural habitat to thrive. Therefore, we kindly invite you to use our diverted footpath on the other side of the hedge for the time being, so the seeds and plants have enough time to grow. Thank you for understanding. Alderley Farm Estate. Alderley, a tiny historic village with an entry in the Domesday Book of 1086, where it's referred to as Alderley, meaning woodland clearing where alders grow. In the records of 1086, the village or hamlet is located in the hundred of Grimbaldeston, an administrative division that's geographically part of a larger region. During this time, there were 16 recorded households here, of 7 villagers, 5 smallholders and 4 slaves. In a later 1309 document, the village is referred to as Alderley, and in a 1345 document as Alderley. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the village contained a number of woolen mills, and in a 1779 book entitled A New History of Gloucestershire, it stated that Alderley had been home to the clothing industry for many years. The most recent census records available for Alderley was the 2011 census, which states that the population sat at 351 people, of 174 men and 177 women, a stark difference to the 16 households recorded 925 years prior. my god, what was all that about? I'll have to look into that, because there were about a few hundred, I'm not even kidding. I could hear them since before I even approached those houses, so they must have been passing for ages. And as I was approaching, there were people coming out of the houses, like looking as well, like they looked a bit annoyed about it. Probably a bit too noisy for the peaceful little village they used to. But yeah, that was interesting. I'm gonna quickly check out this like churchyard, the graveyard, and then there's like a Cotswold Way display there. Check that out in a minute. St Kenelm, a small Georgian church that was rebuilt in 1802 on the site of an earlier church, with a tower dating back to circa 1450. St Kenelm was an 8th century boy king and a member of the Mercian royal family. He was murdered as a child by a relative, believed to be his sister who wanted his throne, and according to legend, a spring burst forth where he was buried, and it was believed that the water gave healing properties. His body was carried by monks to Winchcombe, where a shrine was a popular place of pilgrimage throughout the medieval period. There's a 12th century writing that recounts that there was no place in England to which more pilgrims travelled than to Winchcombe on St Kenelm's feast day. The legend of St Kenelm caught the imagination of the public, and a shrine was erected on the boundary of Clent and Romsley at the supposed site of the murder, where more pilgrims go to seek forgiveness of sins and healing of ailments. Roger de Sumry, Lord of the Manor of Clent, obtained a royal charter in 1253 to hold a 4-day fair on July 17th, a date celebrated as St Kenelm's Day, and for many years that followed on this date, during the village fair, the villagers would participate in the ancient custom of crabbing the parson, which involved bombarding an unfortunate cleric with a volley of crab apples. The Church of St Kenelm is also frequented by those who come to visit the tomb of Marianne North, the famous botanist and painter. Known for her plant and landscape paintings, her extensive foreign travels, her writings, her plant discoveries, and the creation of her gallery in the Kew Royal Botanical Gardens, the scientific accuracy with which she documented plant life in all parts of the world before photography became a practical option, gives her work a permanent value. Kew Gardens claim that the North Gallery is the only permanent solo exhibition by a female artist in Britain. Marianne North passed away from liver disease on the 30th of August 1890 at 59 years old, here in Alderley, buried here in the churchyard at St Kenelm's. Oh, this is so cute. This knitted diorama displayed outside the church is a lovely welcome to the village, with a scene depicting residents of the village and hikers of the Cotswold Way passing through. There's a little plaque upon this display that states, "We hope you enjoy this display, which has been lovingly made by 2 of Alderley's residents." There's actually not much about this lovely little display online, but what I have found is that every now and then it changes seasonally. Like around November, it becomes a knitted memorial with poppies for Remembrance Day. So if you were to visit this yourself, you may see the same one as I saw here, or a different display. I just think that's so lovely and such a great thing for a community to do. On either side shows the Cotswold Way's National Trail acorn emblem, with a line of poetry by T.S. Eliot, which is also on the stone markers in the ground at the start and end of the trail. The poem's quotation reads, "Now the light falls across the open fields, leaving the deep lane shuttered with branches dark in the afternoon."
so I'm a little bit apprehensive at the minute. There's some cows there. I can't tell if the bulls or I think there are some calves there, so there might be calves with the young, but they've got massive horns. And one of them just then seemed quite agitated, and I'm thinking a cyclist did pass through, well, past me about 5 minutes ago, so would have passed through here because it's the only track down from there. And I'm like, what if he got them worked up because he would have cycled through? I just don't want them to. They're kind of walking away now. Honestly, I think I might just hang back for a minute because it looks like they're kind of drifting over there, and so I can give them enough space and walk around them. Yeah, there are some calves there. It does look like they're moving. I just don't want to. Oh, like I've said in some previous videos, and if you've watched my Gritstone Trail video, you would have seen this because I got it on camera. But I didn't get chased, but I saw someone after I left the field because a runner went through after me the opposite way and he got chased, and then a couple tried to come through. That's the one that I got on camera when the couple got chased out. So because the runner startled them and got them agitated, I walked through fine. They let me come through because I was being very slow and I was talking to them very gently. But yeah, to run or cycle through a field of cows isn't a good idea, especially when they've got calves. Sorry, I am, yeah. I could go that way though. Yeah, this one's coming over to you now though, so. Yeah, I just don't want to bug them. Believe it or not, I'm actually not scared of cows, but I've seen people be chased by them before when they've had the calves, so I don't want to do that. But usually it's been when
it was worth the fight.
feel like this area is a bit of a bird battleground because I've seen so many like bird skeletons and like bones of bird wings and things just scattered throughout the field in this little valley thing. And earlier there was like, I couldn't tell if it was a hawk or a falcon. Oh my god. Is that a red kite? Oh my god. It had the tail of a red kite, you know, like the kind of fishtail V. Oh my god. It might have been. I know they're very, well, they're endangered, but in Wales, there's a lot in Wales, and we're not too far from Wales. I'll be in Wales at the end of this month actually, Devil's Bridge camping. Actually we're going in 6 days, can you believe it? I'll be finishing this hike on Monday. I'll be in work after then, and then on Friday I'm going to Devil's Bridge for the bank holiday weekend with a lot of my family. Anyway, yeah, earlier there was a hawk or a falcon. From a distance I can't tell the difference, but they had the call, and crows, as you can hear them, and it sounded like they were like arguing and fighting. Could have just been chatting. There's a bird there. There's so many different types of birds. It's like a bird haven, but it looks like they scrap every now and then or just fly and fall dead here. There's none like around me right now that I can see, but back there are quite a few bones and feathers and blood and stuff like that. Like this, oh, right here you can see that's an old one. Very old one, but it's like a pile of feathers, and there's like, you know, a bit of old corpse everywhere, man. Yeah, another bone, some feathers around it, probably from the same bird as that. Oh my god, I've just walked through so many more right here as well. I wonder if it's all from the same bird, but the ones down there aren't, because all the way as far as you can see there's just feathers and bones dotted around from birds. I wonder, does anyone know what feathers they're from? Brown? No, that doesn't really help. A lot of birds are brown. Weird. It's like, you know how humans have had battles on fields and battlegrounds throughout the ages? I wonder if this is one for birds, and in the bird history they'll tell the tales of the scraps that they used to have with rival birds. I don't know, I'm making up bird history.
The Somerset Monument was built in 1846 to commemorate Lord Robert Edward Somerset, a British soldier from nearby Gloucestershire who fought in the Peninsular War, the War of the Seventh Coalition, and was a cavalry commander at the Battle of Waterloo. The monument is a Grade 2 listed building and is on the Heritage at Risk register due to its current poor condition and slow decay over time.
In memory, 75th anniversary of those of Hawkesbury Parish who died in World War II. That's sweet. I'll have to sit down for a bit. Oh, I haven't stopped since I set off. I've done about nearly 7 miles, I think, just outside of Hawkesbury Upton, like maybe another mile. Oh yeah, it says a mile on that sign there. So yeah, just gonna sit down for a bit, charge my phone. You know what time it is? It's time for another hot sauce and seaweed wrap. It's not actually proper seaweed, by the way. It's like the salted cabbage stuff that Chinese takeaways do. But yeah, it's lovely. Take my word for it. It's really nice. Half an hour I was sat down on that bench. I had my food, those wraps, and just, you know, charged my phone. Went on, messaged a few people, and yeah, half an hour. I said to myself, right, 10 minutes, maybe 15. I just, honestly, time blind. I must be. I just have no concept of time. I can read time, no problem with that, but it's just the passing of time. Apparently, I can't grasp it very well. Anyway, yeah, so I'm on my 70th mile. I am halfway on my day as well. So it says on my phone, the place I'm staying in, Old Sodbury, is 4 miles away, and it looks like the route that Google Maps is showing me is the Cotswold Way, because I've matched the two. I've looked at the two on the Hike Rep and on Google Earth, and yeah, so if it is actually 4 miles, then I'll be there in a couple hours. You know, if I walk at the normal pace that I have been, and I've been walking for about just over 3 hours, so, and yeah, I'm just over halfway, so kind of adds up, I guess. And it's after 2, it's 20 past 2, so really not doing that bad for time, I don't think. I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, and on my 70th mile, as I said, out of the 100, 102 or 100 or whatever. So I'm actually 2/3 of the way through the whole walk.
Hawkesbury Upton is a quaint little village with Roman origins. It's home to the Hawkesbury Literature Festival, an ancient maze, numerous pubs, an engaging and welcoming community, the famous horticultural show, and the annual village carnival. Here, the Cotswold Way joins another trail called the Monarch's Way, a 625-mile long-distance footpath that approximates the escape route taken by King Charles II in 1651 after being defeated in the Battle of Worcester. It's reported that when many of the fleeing royalist troops passed through this way, the skeleton of a Highlander was seen in the lower woods, still clutching his claymore.
Oh, little squirrel!
There's a story of Wulfstan, a former Hawkesbury parish priest who rose to become one of the most powerful bishops in the land, while reportedly being the last ever Anglo-Saxon bishop.
Ooh, there's a pirate flag over there.
He's well remembered as the first to try to abolish slavery, and would personally preach to slave traders, as well as petitioning to William the Conqueror, who trusted and held Wulfstan to a high regard, to abolish the slave trade between England and Ireland. He was a hero of the people, the patron saint of peasants and vegetarians. He'd give up his priesthood and remain a monk and live a life of piety, but given his progressive and glowing reputation among the people and the church, he finally became the Bishop of Worcester. Before becoming bishop, he was the favourite of the previous Bishop of Worcester, and Wulfstan was given the opportunity of choosing any diocese that he wanted, and true to his character, he chose the then rather poor and unfashionable parish of Hawkesbury.
Hey guys. How are you guys? Look at this one. Hey! Hello! Hi! It's okay. It was there that it was said that Wulfstan had his great epiphany, when the smell of a roasting goose drove him to an indiscretion, leading him to denounce his life of plenty and become a vegetarian. And the story goes like this. Wulfstan was then barely come to manhood, yet he did not give thought to the pleasures of the world as a young man might. Meanwhile, he didn't altogether eschew savoury meats, and one day he ordered a goose to be roasted. The fowl was spitted and roasted, carefully tended to by the scullion. In the heat of the fire, dripping began to run from it. Some of the servants were putting hot coals under, and some were making ready the sauce. The savoury smell was making their mouths water. They could not refrain from saying how good it was. Even Wulfstan ensnared, and his soul melted in delight, as it were foretasting the goose. And now the table was all but laid, when he and his steward were called forth from the house on a business which came untimely but could not be delayed. So he went empty away, and began to find fault in his lust of a moment. How weak was the flesh that could be so tempted to evil. The pleasure passed quickly away, the sin remained. He exacted from himself this penalty, that he should pay for the inordinate desire of 1 hour by perpetual abstinence. He made a vow and kept it, that he would never again eat that kind of food. Wulfstan died in 1095, aged 86, an incredibly long life that he spent doing good for people and animals, especially considering back then the average lifespan was between 30 and 35 years. And in case any of you didn't know, I'm vegetarian and politically progressive, so to learn about this revered man who lived 1,000 years ago to be so ahead of his time is inspiring, to say the least. It's said that when Wulfstan passed, he was engaged in his daily ritual of washing the feet of a dozen poor men. He was greatly mourned, interred at Hawkesbury, and moved to Worcester Cathedral, where a shrine was built in his honour.
Where is the line between dreaming and feeling blue? It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I haven't left my room, but the truth is, if I'm honest, I feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go? Pull the sheets over my head, hoping change is gonna find me. You don't have to remind me I'm doing nothing at all. I'm ruminating on a blank wall, but I feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go? Can you tell me what I need? Can you tell me what you see in me? I just feel stuck here in the middle. Am I one of those crazy people? Should I stay here or should I let go?
So I'm not far from Old Sodbury now, literally like a mile. I can see it over there, just the buildings, the church and some houses there. So what I'm going to do, I've looked on maps, and as you know, I can check in at any time because I can just let myself in. It's not a shared house, it's my own space, so I don't have to worry about getting there too late, which it won't be anyway. But what I'm going to do, because I'm getting really hungry, and yeah, I've got my noodles, but there's a pub literally down the road, so I'm going to nip in there first, called the Dog Inn. If they're doing food, I'll get a food. At the very least, I'll get a couple pints maybe, or something like that. Kind of fancy a cold beer after today. Oh, how many miles have I done? So I've done about 10 miles. Might be about 11 by the time I get there. So, you know, it's been a short day actually. I didn't think it would be that short, but yeah, happy about it considering that I set off at 10, which is a late start for me on this trip anyway, and it's currently just past 4. So I've been walking for 6 hours, about 6.5 by the time I get there. Yeah, it's pretty good going, I think. Hey! Hello! Oh, so cute. Oh, hello guys. Horses, man, they're so cute. Oh my god, so many of you. That grey one is gorgeous. It's like a grey dappled one. They all are. Hey. Hey guys, okay. Oh wow, look at them running. Oh, don't run towards me, please. Oh, they are beautiful. No way. Was that a cat or a fox? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know if it was a cat or a fox. It was very orange. I didn't see any white on its tail, but that was amazing. Oh, what's there? Try and get it on my phone camera if it doesn't run away. Kind of looks like a cat. Oh, there's a cat. That's beautiful. That is so cute. Oh my god. Anyway, this is Old Sodbury, and I think the pub is just like the next street over that way, so I'm not far at all, maybe about 5 minutes. Wow, look at you two, beautiful.
Old Sodbury, a Cotswold village that lies on an old coaching route. The name of the village is recorded in Anglo-Saxon as Soppenbrig, meaning Sopper's Fort, and in the Domesday Book of 1086 as Sopperbury. The name originating from Sopper's Fort is believed to refer to the Iron Age hill fort to the northeast of the village. The Romans strengthened the fort to use as a stronghold to support their western frontier, and in 577 AD, the Saxon army is thought to have used this fort as a camp before the Battle of Dereham.
So as you can see, it's night time. The sun has gone down. It's 10 p.m. I still haven't arrived at my place yet because I stopped at the dog inn and I've been there for 5 hours. The reason being, I met one of my subscribers, a man called Joe, and he's been following me for years. So got some food. Yeah, it's just been a really nice, pleasant evening. I had a really nice conversation and yeah, it's been brilliant. So anyway, it's not far at all to where I'm staying. So I'm just walking there now, and considering, like I said earlier, considering that it's a place where I can just let myself into. I told them that I'd be late in the evening before I had planned to stay out this late. So yeah, it's fine. They said it's open, let yourself in, the house is to yourself, you know, they're in the next house anyway. What's that sign say? Cotswolds. Oh, lovely. So yeah, it's just maybe another minute down this road now, I'd say, till I'm there. So I've just arrived and already it is so cute. So look at this. It smells so nice and cozy and homely as well. I've got this note here saying, "We hope you find it comfortable and everything to your liking. If you have any questions or problems with anything, let us know. You should find most of the information you need in the house manual upstairs or on the notice board at the end of your stay. Please leave the key in the kitchen." Look, they've left me shortbread. How cute is that? That is so cute. Oh wow. Anyway, I'm gonna get back off and get settled down. This is really nice and cozy. I love it. Oh, and they've also left me like a banana, some porridge, Waitrose porridge as well, cereal and some cranberries. That is so sweet. Oh my god, this is actually so cute and much nicer than the pictures. Look. So this is the bedroom. So cozy. Yeah, that's the time. 10:27. Oh my god, so late. I wouldn't normally be this late, obviously, if it was people letting me in, because I'm not rude. But obviously it was a place to myself, and there's a lockbox and everything. And I'd already communicated, of course. So, look how cute that room. Oh, I wish I was staying here for more than just the one night, because it's so cozy. Like, this is a place I already know that I'd want to come back and revisit. Morning guys, it is April? It's August 18th, 2024, so day 7 of the Cotswold Way, just after 10 AM. I'm about to leave now. Checkout's not till 11, but you know, I want to get a move on. I didn't really have to have a really early start this morning, so I had a tiny bit of a lie-in. Look how nice it is outside. And yeah, just because I've split today in, well, what was going to be my last day, which is now tomorrow. I've split it so I'm able to get my train tomorrow, otherwise I probably wouldn't have got the last train tonight, if I'm honest, even if I set off really early. So I think it's about the same distance as it was yesterday to my next place, the place I'm staying tonight. So tonight is my last night, and tomorrow's my last day. It's in a place called Beach, and it's just outside of Bath. I think maybe 5 or 6 miles outside of Bath, so my last day will be nice and short. So yeah, I think it'll be about 12 miles maybe, something like that, because I think it was 12.5 yesterday, so on maps it looks roughly the same distance to Beach from here than it is from Wotton, Underedge to here, if that makes sense. So anyway, I'm going to set off in a minute and get a move on. And my gimbal started messing up. I use a Hohem iSteady Pro 4, this one, and I don't know what's happened to it, because I mean it's off now, but when I turn it on it just starts spinning rapidly with, you know, once the GoPro's mounted, of course. And it's never done that before, so I don't know what's happened. I might have to get it fixed, but yeah, just, I mean, you know, GoPros have amazing stabilization anyway, so this gimbal really was just for like nice panning shots, more stability, you know, more cinematic sort of stuff, but I'm sure you guys won't mind a nice handheld. I have been switching it between handheld and gimbal anyway on this walk, just going between them. Yeah, by the way, my ankle is much better. Like it feels fine. It feels fine. I thought that yesterday. I was thinking like, oh, there's like no pain anymore. That's great. And my shoulder pain is gone. So I've got painkillers just in case it does come back. But yeah, so happy about that. Such a lovely place here, honestly. The pictures online did not do this justice at all. Like, it's so lovely. The views and everything. They love some food as well, which is so sweet. I've had some coffee and some cereal, so I'm gonna have a banana, I think. So yeah, anyway, setting off now, so I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Hey guys, there's so many of you. Look at you guys in the back. Ooh, the first signs of autumn showing. You know, it is mid-August, but yeah, look at that. Some of the leaves are already turning. Awesome, I love autumn. Gotta say, I'm loving this section. From the top of that hill and this stretch, I don't know, it feels good. Look at this tree, this is a really cool tree. What's funny as well, I'm looking on my map on the hiker app, and you know these like patches of trees dotted around, well on my map they're all called clumps. That's probably the actual term for them, but I just find that really funny. So that one's called Well Clump. Well Clump, and I think that one behind this tree is called Bailey's Clump. That one over there is called Pen Clump. It's just so funny. Clump, I don't know. Something funny about that. Wow, look at all you guys. There's so many. All in the shade. Oh. That's awesome. 17 miles by the Cotswold Way. I reckon it's about 10 or 11 more today, and then maybe about 6 or 7 tomorrow. Oh, that's amazing to see. I reached Tomarton, an ancient village situated half a mile from the M4, but despite the close proximity to the motorway, this little village was very peaceful. The name Tomarton derives from two words, Tor and Merk, meaning tower of the church and boundary between Mercia and Wessex. But there is a second claim to the name of Tomarton's origin, and that's Thor Merton, meaning the settlement with the thorn tree on the boundary. According to the Domesday Book, Tomarton was taxed at 8 hides and paid a yearly rent of £12 in the reign of King Edward the Confessor and £15 in the reign of William the Conqueror. I think, as well as the stretch that I said was my favourite so far yesterday, this is also my favourite stretch as well. Again, I don't want to speak too soon, but oh my god, is it beautiful. And there's ducks and chickens. Oh my god. Oh, look at them. Situated in the village is an 11th century Norman church called St Mary Magdalene. It's a Grade 1 listed building and dates back to before the Norman conquest. This is believed due to the presence of the Saxon stones in the tower. A small church, it can seat around 110 people and is noted for its Norman arch, stained glass windows, notable monument, and 15th century brass. The church was originally under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of Winchester, who appropriated it to the Benedictine Abbey of Malmesbury in the reign of Edward III during the 14th century. In the reign of Henry VIII, the lands of Tomarton belonged to the Black Canons of the Priory of Bradenstoke in Wiltshire. The church was by then under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of Worcester, and at the end of the 15th century it was in the deanery of Hawkesbury. On a personal note, I found this church very comforting, and it remains one of, if not my favourite church that I've come across. The light shining through the diamond panes and stained glass, the pleasing stone arches, the furnished wall recesses, the brass details, wood carvings, the character in the stone floor, beautiful ceiling, the handmade knitted kneeling pads for every bench, which were so cute, and just the general nice vibe of this place, not to mention the gorgeous little tree-lined walkway outside. There was something about this church that reminded me of a smaller scale version of the church that my family and I used to frequent in my youth, St Thomas of Canterbury in Bolton, though this one is much nicer. Maybe it was the green cloth on the altar or just a general nostalgia. And I was raised Roman Catholic, and despite not practicing any religion on account of my atheism, I can see myself sitting in a little church just like this one to take in the environment and appreciate the history and its details. Did I mention how much I love this little tree-lined walkway with its moss-covered stone tombs and Narnia lamps? I still think about this walkway today and how nice it would look in the snow. It's thought that humans have been active around Tomarton for more than 6,000 years, as in 1968 the bodies of 3 Bronze Age men were discovered here when a gas pipeline was being installed. 2 of the bodies showed combat wounds, and it's estimated that these men were around 19 years old when they passed. Further excavations were made in 1999 and 2000, and the remains of 2 other bodies were uncovered. These were estimated to be 3,500 years old. So that was the M4 that I just crossed over, so apologies for the noise. I'm about 2 miles from Dereham Park, which is a National Trust place, which I'm actually a member of the National Trust, and I've got my card on me in case, I don't know, in case I need it to, if I wanted to look around, I'm not sure. And there's a tea rooms there, so it looks, I've looked online because it is a Sunday. It is open, it's saying it's open until 4:30, it's currently 12:30, and I think I'll be there in about an hour. Yeah, I hope it's open. I hope they're doing a bit of food and a bit of tea or coffee, because that would absolutely just be, oh, perfect, amazing. So, because that's what I'm wanting right now. I'm getting a bit hungry again, so yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'll be there in about like, yeah, an hour or something. On the approach to Dereham Park, and suddenly I was in a fairy tale. Old stone cottages enveloped in greenery with twisted vines and wisteria framing large wooden doors and windows. I turn down the old country lane and see a grand manor house before me. Dereham Park. Dereham Park, a Baroque English country house created in the 17th century by William Blaithwaite. It's an early example of how fortune made from empire was invested in a landed estate, transforming Dereham into one of the most notable stately homes of its age. The park is Grade 2 listed on the National Register of Historic Parks and Gardens, but the house itself with the attached orangery and stable block is classified as a Grade 1 listed building. The 270-acre or 110-hectare ancient, steep and sloping parkland is full of magnificent trees and breathtaking views, with splendid borders, idyllic ponds and a wildflower orchard as features of the stunning garden. Greatly predating the existence of this grand mansion, there's evidence of people occupying the site of Dereham Park since at least the Bronze Age, with worked flints and the remains of barrows found nearby. Adjacent to the parkland is Hinton Hill Iron Age hill fort, and within the gardens, archaeological excavations have found Romano-British pottery and building debris. In 577 AD, a significant battle was waged at Dereham. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle recorded how Saxon leaders Cuthwin and Ceolin defeated Britons Coinmail, Coindedan and Fernmail at the place that is called Dereham before capturing Gloucester, Cirencester and Bath. The battle was a decisive victory for the West Saxons, repelling Britons into Wales and Cornwall. In 972 AD, Dereham was an estate of Pershaw Abbey, Worcestershire, and is recorded in the Domesday Book as transferring from Aelfric to the Norman soldier Thurstan Fitz-Rolf and his nephew William Fitz-Guy. The first documented evidence for a manor house here at Dereham is in a survey in 1311 on the death of Sir William Russell. Later, Sir Maurice Russell was the first and last of his family to live at Dereham after fighting in France and becoming a county sheriff. The survey made on his death describes the house, including a hall, high great chamber, and wine cellars. His memorial brass survives in the adjacent parish church of St. Peter's, a 13th century and Grade 1 listed church, where many of the later Blaithwaite family are buried. The house contains countless works of art and furniture from around the world, particularly Holland, and includes a collection of Dutch masters, which are Dutch Golden Age paintings spanning the 17th century. The strong Dutch influence is evident throughout the manor in its art, Delftware, furniture, and with various antique china, including a pair of china tulip vases made in the late 1600s. Dereham Park displays stories of eclectic antiquity, providing a place to learn and explore and to understand how Britain became the country we know today. The name Dereham is derived from the Anglo-Saxon word Derham, meaning Valley of the Deer, and in April 2024, 4 months prior to my visit here, a herd of 26 new deer was introduced to this ancient parkland. But this followed a cull of an entire herd of 200 deer in 2021 due to an outbreak and spread of bovine tuberculosis throughout the herd. Today owned by the National Trust, Dereham Park is open to the public and hosts events such as music concerts, open-air theatre productions and guided tours. Yeah, so that was Dereham Park and it was really lovely. a National Trust place, and like I said, I'm a member and I've got my cards and stuff, and spent a good hour there, you know. It's a good hour. So it's 3 now. Set me back a bit, but worth it. It was it was lovely. You know, I might get to my place. I'm about 5 miles away, so I want to say, because I keep stopping to take pictures, I'm going to say 3 hours. I should always overestimate, because I know what I'm like with my pace. Sometimes I'm just like, ooh, get distracted by things. Look at that horse and down there, and just want to enjoy myself. So I'd say another 3 hours. I think I'll get there about 6ish approximately. I am loving these views. Oh wow. Anyway, yeah, at the cafe, the tea rooms, I had, what was it, sparkling elderflower drink and egg and cress sandwich with a lemon and poppy seed slice of cake. So good. And also, like I've mentioned, I've got my National Trust card, but I've also got 2 gift cards, because when you get signed up to the National Trust, you always get a £15 gift card to spend at any National Trust place, and I think they last for about 2 years. So I think one of them was about to expire, but they both worked, so I got my food for free, basically on the gift cards, which was meant to be, I think, £11.50. Oh wow, so beautiful. You're right. Oh look. Oh, it's a drink. So cute. Anyway, yeah, and then I went to the gift shop and got a few bits. I'll show you when I stop. I think I'll show you in a bit when I get to my place. But I got a postcard for my postcard Patreon. Oh god. You're right. Oh. Oh my god. I just saw a massive chunk fly out of its mouth. I wouldn't know what to do anyway if it wasn't okay. Bless it. Anyway, yeah, I got a postcard for my postcard Patreon, and yeah, again, oh, and if you want to join any of my Patreon tiers, I think the cheapest one is £3, and they go up from there. You've got like, I've got like one where you get a letter and a badge, one where you get postcards everywhere I go, sketches, little paintings and things like that. I've linked it on my channel, and in this video I will as well, in the description. Anyway, I got a postcard. I got a lovely like ceramic leaf, green leaf, like trinket tray thing. I'll show you again, like I said, and a nice bottle of Somerset cider. And I thought, while I'm here, might as well like indulge in the local stuff, because I think it's like locally made. Well, we're in Somerset, so it has to be locally made. So I thought, yeah, why not? Looks really nice. I like a bit of cider every now and then. And yeah, and I got all that for free because my 2 gift cards both had £15 on them. I think, no, I had to pay £1 towards the stuff, because I think after the food, I think I spent about £11.50 on the food, put it on one of my gift cards, and the stuff in the shop was £19.50 or 19, no, it was 19 something, but I had to pay £1.10 because everything else went on my gift card. So how amazing is that? I got my food and my shopping, basically my gift shopping for free. So I was expecting one of them to be expired, if I'm honest, but no, they both worked. Anyway, rambling again. Just enjoy the view and the horses and the trail. It's beautiful. Message box. Oh, this is so cool. It's a message book in a message box. People can, oh, wow, got all these messages. If you want to read them all, just give it a pause. Oh my god, I think it might be full. There's a few pages at the back. So 17th of August, that was yesterday. I might have put the wrong date because they put Sunday. Third attempt to complete the Cotswold Way in one go. First time made it to Dursley before having to get trained back because of railway strike coming up. Second time, boots gave in on Cleeve Common during a rainstorm. My feet couldn't take it. Third time, here I am, so happy but exhausted, so close but still far. Loving it all the same. Richard James. Starters? Oh, start Monday 12th of August. Oh, yeah, I'll write something in there. is so cute. Oh wow. Oh, this is so cute. And it smells so good in here as well. Oh my god, it's like so like, oh, it smells like trees and fresh, clean, nice soap. In the bathroom. How lovely is that? Definitely gonna get a shower like right away. So I'm gonna get a shower. I'm gonna just chill out, hang out. This is so cute. Oh my god. Got a TV and oh wow. It's like a nice pine smell that I can smell. It's so good. Oh, anyway. Oh, no way. Oh my god, this is so cute. Oh, this is amazing. So while the sun's setting, I'm gonna head out and, well, watch it, I suppose. It's in golden hour now, so got about an hour till actual sunset. Might do some watercolours, I'm not sure, but I thought I'd show you guys. So this is what I got from the National Trust shop, and that is the leaf dish. I think that is so beautiful. Look, love it. Just my thing. And then I like the bottom as well. I like the texture of it. It's nice, and the dots and everything. Yeah, that's how much it was. £9. It was 15. I think that's a pretty good deal, and especially considering that I use my gift cards for it, so I got it essentially for free. You know, because the gift cards come when you activate your membership. Like each time you get one. That's the cider that I got. I love that label. The style of that label is so me. I adore it. I love the font, everything, the colours. Whoa. Cool. And oh my god, right, I need to remember what I'm talking about, sorry. This is the postcard from my Patreon. It's the place that I've totally forgotten the name. I'm so bad with remembering things sometimes. I was there earlier today. Didn't see any deer, but you know, it's pretty cool. Oh, it'll be on the back. Deer in Park. There we go. I don't know why it's not focusing when I hold it close. Yeah, cool. So my Patreon will get that. And yeah, so that's what I got. Pretty happy with them. Look at this though, like the colour. Oh, that in the sunset. Oh god, yeah, I'm gonna have some. Look. Oh my god. Oh, that was amazing. I want to cry. Just that colour, the amber. Oh god, yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm gonna do. Some watercolours. Have some cider in the sunset and just chill out. This is my last night on the Cotswold Way. Tomorrow is my final day and it's going to be a short one. My train is at 3 something. I want to say 3, I don't know. I'll have a look. Obviously I have to check. So I'll be setting off as early as I can. I know it's only going to be about 6 miles, maybe 7. And so I don't want to be late for my train. I don't think I will, but I'm going to aim for 8. I'll aim for 7:30. If I aim for 7:30, then I'll get out at 8. I've got to buffer it for myself, so 7:30. Got to be up 6:30. Okay, cool. And that's my tea for tonight. I'm excited for super noodles. So yeah, and I'm going to have some jammy dodgers or jam rings. They've given me some flakes as well, which is so sweet. That's amazing. And I'm not actually going to turn the light on in here yet. Oh, that's the outside light. Right, cool. And that's the bathroom light. And this one would be... Oh. Wow. They're cool. Cool if it was warm white, but that's still very cool. I like that. Where's the... Oh, it'll be here. Oh, no, the other ones. Right, so they're the lights. That's actually really cool. Okay, I don't need them on now because I'm heading outside for golden hour. It looks like it'll be a nice kind of dusky dusk. That doesn't make any sense. What am I on about? dusky sunset, like it's quite hazy. The sky's quite hazy. Oh, look at that already. I think I'll do some time lapses as well. Yeah, that'll be nice. I'll do that. Hello. Hi. You are stunning. You're so pretty. Hey. Oh, you're lovely. You're quite a big cat, you aren't you? Yeah. Beautiful. You are so cute. Oh my god. Yes. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Hi. Oh, you're so lovely. Bye. Some squirrels were just having a fight up there then. Oh man. Oh, good morning guys. I know it doesn't look like morning because it's so dark, but it's August 19th, 2024. I had a chat with the owner, with the woman who ran the farm, and she was so lovely. Oh my god, bless her. She came by to say bye, to ask how everything was and everything. So we were just chatting for a little bit, and she asked me if I'd seen any deer, and I said yeah, I saw one like jumping around in the field. It was amazing. She said there's actually a family of 6 that live in the area, yeah, and they just come onto the farm and into the fields every now and then. So I'm glad I got to see one of them. And then I mentioned that the cat came to visit, who I saw on my way out as well this morning, and she said, oh yeah, he's an outdoor cat. He like, you know, sleeps in the barn. He doesn't really come indoors and stuff, but he's so friendly. And I was like, yeah, he is. He's just so sweet. And you know, his meow, he's got the sweetest little meow. It's like purring and wanting strokes. I told her that I just love cats to bits, and she said his name is Sweep. How cute is that? Heading up here, the path rejoins because I had to come off the path. It's just up here at the top, and I think it's Hanging Hill it's called. Lovely shaded forest, but it's an overcast day anyway. It's pretty cool. It's a nice day for hiking. Here we are. Wow. World turned upside down from, let's say, this is a 7th century image. Lansdowne, 1643. So that's the 17th century. Lansdowne, 1643. Oh, interesting. Battle of Lansdowne, 1643. Interesting, I'll give this a read. On Wednesday, 5th of July 1643, a royalist army 6,500 strong appeared in a large cornfield on the top of Tog Hill under the command of the Marquess of Hertford, Sir Ralph Hopton and Prince Maurice. Their objective was to capture the city of Bath before tackling the rich prize of Bristol. Meanwhile, Sir William Waller had assembled his parliamentarian army of 7,000 men here on the northern ridge of Lansdowne digging his muskets and cannon into a long line of earthworks. This point here on Hanging Hill represents the left-hand extremity of Waller's line, and during the afternoon the troops which Waller had sent out on probing attacks were gradually pushed down the slopes to the bottom of Freezing Hill, where they were totally routed. This gave the Cornish infantry in Hertford's army the courage to make the assault on Waller's seemingly impregnable position. "Let us fetch those cannon," they cried with one voice. So I'm back on the path now, back on the Cotswold Way. You can still see the flag monument up there from the Battle of Lansdowne, and yeah, so good to see these views again. A nice cool breeze. It's a really good day. I know it's not very clear, but I do enjoy days like this. They feel like autumn, you know, like I like a sunny day, but don't get me wrong, I love a moody kind of cloudy day. And it's perfect for hiking because you don't get too hot. So yeah, I'm pretty good for time. It's taken me about 45 minutes to get here from where I set off in the village way down there. So yeah, feeling good, feeling energized from that porridge this morning. I wish I had like a coffee or something, but I'm sure I'll have something when I pass through the next village, or even when I get to Bath if I've got time. Cool. I feel like I almost got in trouble then. So this is the path, the Cotswold Way, and you know, there've been signs saying please stay to the right of the white posts and stick to the path because it's a golf course and you know, it's people playing and stuff. So anyway, I'm walking along and then I just stopped to look at something on my phone. I probably stopped for about, I don't know, 10 seconds, and I hear some man go, excuse me, and I turn around, I'm like, yeah. And they go, are you waiting for us or are you walking on? And I'm like, oh sorry. And they went, because we're waiting for you. And I'm like, right, okay, sorry, I'll get a move on, sorry. Anyway, they were waiting for me to like walk ahead so I was out of range, which you know is good of them to do so I don't get hit by a pole. But I felt like I was going to get in trouble. I was like, oh god, sorry about that. Just stopped to look at my phone for about 10 seconds. But yeah, I guess need to be more mindful when I'm on an active golf course. Even though I'm sticking to the path designated for walkers, I need to bear in mind that I'm still within range of some of the courses and everything. So yeah, I think that was like way around that corner. Can't see any around now, so yeah, I guess a lesson for myself and whoever's watching. If you didn't know, just if there's people playing golf around you, maybe just don't stop and wait, maybe, I don't know, just yeah, be mindful. so from now it seems that I'll be just kind of ridge walking almost, and Bath Racecourse is just round the corner, about half a mile away. I'll be passing that, and I think then it's just a bit more walking up high before descending down into Bath. So yeah, I'm not too far. I'd say about maybe 4 miles or something like that. So it's 11 o'clock. My train is at 3:39 p.m. So yeah, 20 to 2. Yeah, I've got so much time, and I've got enough time to get there, like, without a doubt. But I'm hoping to, like, maybe stop at a cafe or restaurant. I don't know, like, I like at the end of my hikes, I like to, like, have a meal or just some nice food or a nice drink. And I know I've been doing that along the way every now and then, not like every night, but every now and then I've been doing that along the way. But it's just nice. You feel more accomplished rather than just getting straight onto the train. But I mean, whatever, I've done that before as well. Just, it would be nice to have something to eat, so I think I'd like to do that. But I think if I'm about, 4 miles away, including time it takes me stopping and taking pictures and stuff and getting distracted by animals and plants and things like that, I'd say that's about a couple hours maybe. So let's say get into Bath about 1, hopefully, then at least I've got about 2.5 hours. It should work out that way, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, Bath Racecourse is coming up on the left around that corner, walking up high still, and then going down into Bath, and it ends at the Roman Baths. I've actually been to the Roman Baths a couple times before. I've been to Bath like loads in my life. We used to come down here like once or twice a year for a good few years. So yeah, it'd be nice to be back again. It's one of my favourite places in the south for sure. Oh wow, there it is, there's Bath. Oh my god. So somewhere down there is the end of the Cotswold Way, or start if you're walking it the other way. But for me, down there, wherever the Roman Baths is the end. Oh, amazing. I love Bath. I've said it loads already in this video. So very excited. So the walk, I believe I'm following along there, I think. Let me check. Yeah, so the rest of the route takes me along and around there. Obviously straight down into Bath. I think this is called Prospect Style. Yeah, Prospect Style. Very cool. I love all this stuff. It shows you where everything is. Very cool. Bristol that way. Bath Uni down there. Penhill Mast down there. River Avon. Yeah, anyway. Wow, I'm gonna take in the views before I head down.
Hello, Liza, how do you do? I'm writing you a letter, I hope it reaches you. I know it's been a long time since you heard from me. I'm still kicking around here in Tennessee. I heard you got a new place, I heard you got a new job, I heard you got a haircut, and it looks real nice. Are you ever lonely? Do you ever think of me? I heard you got a new man, I hope it treats you right. And before you toss this letter away, there's something that I've gotta say. An aeroplane shooting across the sky can surely take your body to a new place for a while. But some things stay no matter where you go. Do you still love me, Liza, babe? Please tell me yes or no. When the world turns ugly, we turn inside, try to find a good thing we can stand behind. All my friends tell me she's the one that got away, but you never left me like a ghost you stay. There's nothing else worth thinking of when you find the one you love. An aeroplane shooting across the sky can surely take your body to a new place for a while. But some things stay no matter where you go. Do you still love me, Liza, babe? Please tell me yes or no.
The Royal Victoria Park first opened in 1830 by the 11-year-old Princess Victoria, 7 years before her ascension to the throne, and was the first park to carry her name. Spanning 57 acres of expansive green parkland, here you can find botanical gardens, bowling greens, duck ponds, wild meadows, flower gardens, tennis courts, a skate park, a bandstand for events, crazy golf, and a cafe, boasting hilly pasture views from one side of the park and Bath's iconic Royal Crescent as its backdrop. The Royal Crescent is a renowned Grade 1 listed 150 metre long, 30 terrace house masterpiece designed by John Wood the Younger between 1767 and 1775. It represents quintessential 18th century Georgian architecture and considered a masterpiece of Georgian design, showcasing symmetry, classical proportions and elegance that define 18th century British architecture. The Roman city of Bath is a rare double inscribed World Heritage Site. Its original inscription as a World Heritage Site was in 1987 and received a second inscription in 2021 as one of the great spa towns of Europe. The hills in the locality of Bath saw human activity from the Mesolithic period from as far back as 20,000 years ago. The Roman baths are what this city is named after. They are well-preserved thermae, and the temple was constructed on the site between 60 and 70 AD. The bath's mainspring may have been treated as a shrine by the Iron Age Britons and was dedicated to the goddess Sulis, whom the Romans identified with Minerva. The name Sulis continued to be used following the Roman invasion, appearing in Bath's Roman name Aquae Sulis, which translates to the waters of Sulis. The Roman baths, designed as a public bathhouse, was used as such until the end of Roman rule in Britain in the 5th century. The baths are currently preserved in 4 main features: the sacred spring, the Roman temple, the Roman bathhouse, and a museum which holds artefacts of Aquae Sulis. As I've mentioned a couple times in this video, I visited Bath several times and fell in love with this place years ago. It's one of the only cities that I actually like, along with York and Edinburgh, as I'm not really a city person, but the vibes and history of these places are intriguing and comforting. I just love historic places with pleasing and preserved architecture. Give me old Georgian or Tudor buildings over glass skyscrapers and concrete towers any day. When I think of Bath, I think of the wide pavements and warm bathstone that complements beautiful architecture, streets lined with thriving and aesthetic pubs and cafes, the surrounding Somerset countryside, the beautiful canal walks on a summer's day, and the magical and whimsical Christmas markets, which I highly recommend to everyone. It was actually an encounter in Bath that would spur me on to hike and adventure more, and would eventually lead me to create this channel. In 2016, I was between college and uni, around 17 or 18 years old, visiting my mum's friend here in Bath. Myself, my mum, her friend and a dog were strolling along the canal. It was a beautifully sunny day. We watched the canal boats pass, and among them were a couple of kayakers, men in their 20s or 30s. We all briefly chatted and learned that they were on an adventure through the UK, exploring and travelling by the waterways, rivers and canals. I distinctly remember wanting to do the same, but at the time, being months from finishing college and starting uni, I thought about what mini adventure that I could do. I was no stranger to hiking, having done so since I was a child, and I was still a teenager at this point, so I didn't have a lot of money at all. So that night in Bath, I planned a 3-day camping trip at the base of Scafell Pike to climb the highest mountain in England. On this trip, I nearly got lost in the fog and came back with the worst sunburn of my life on my legs after wading in washed water on the hottest day of 2016. But it was definitely an adventure. And following this, university in Aberystwyth was an adventure itself. And after living in Wales for 3 years, studying fine art and exploring the countryside, 2019 and 2020 is when I really started planning and going on more adventures. I started with Madrid in October 2019 as my first solo trip abroad, and then Carcassonne shortly after in November 2019. My first wild camping trip up Kinder Scout in January 2020, my first wild camping trip abroad near Thessalonica, Greece in February 2020, and then after lockdown, the West Highland Way in July 2020, which was my first ever long distance trail, and well, you can see all that followed here on my channel. There are many moments throughout my life where I felt inspired to explore, hike and take on adventures, and that main one being here in Bath when little teenager me met those kayakers. The last time I was here in Bath was in December 2019. I stayed here for a week while I volunteered at the nearby Earlstoke prison, an all-male Category C prison where I taught painting and art therapy. I reached Bath Abbey, situated next to the Roman baths and just as iconic of a landmark. It's a parish church of the Church of England, founded in the 7th century and right where the Cotswold Way ends, or begins. The official end of the Cotswold Way, signified by the familiar circular marker in the ground, just like the one in Chipping Campden, like bookends for the trail. I still had a couple hours before my train home, so I stopped by a pub restaurant, the Crystal Palace, for some food and drinks, silently celebrating my journey, the drive and effort that it takes for me to pursue such an adventure. I reflected on my time in the Cotswolds over the 8 days that I traversed through the land. I thought back on my favourite moments, such as my first night in the shepherd's hut with the most amazing amber sunset and those funny sheep, Broadway Tower, the village of Broadway, Stanton and Stanway, mystical foggy forests, and staying at the camping pod on the most perfect evening, drinking wine around a campfire with the woman and her daughter that I'd met there, the views with my little picnic on Coley Peak, walking up to the top of the Tyndale Monument, my whole experience in Wootton under Edge, and I recently found out that it's actually pronounced as Wootton, not Wotton, by the way. Alderley, where I learned about St Kenelm and Marianne North, Hawkesbury Upton, where I learned about Wolfstan, meeting a follower of the channel in Old Sodbury, Tomarton, Dereham Park, the sunsetting beach by the shepherd's hut, with my watercolours, cider and the deer. All the animals that I met along the way, and of course reaching the finish line here in Bath. And I just want to truly thank you all for watching and coming along with me, and an extra special thank you to all of my patrons over on Patreon. Your support truly means everything to me and helps keep this channel running. I hope you all enjoyed this journey, and I know that I had a wonderful time, and I'll see you all in the next one, but for now, that's a wrap on my journey on the Cotswold Way.
On the graves, in the cracks of 1,000 leaves, somewhere in between our past and our future, rolling over all the dividing things. Are you still listening? Want to be heard by you? Slow fall into the Indian Sea, where the cold and the hot meet, and the powers that be lead. When it's morning and my soul is clear, I look in the mirror and I see that love rolling over. You call me back to bed, I find myself again staring at the edge. Slow fall into the Indian Sea, where the cold and the hot meet, and the powers that be I rise a child again, wake up a wild wind takes me there. I rise a child again, wake up a wild wind takes me there. Slow fall into the Indian Sea, where the cold and the hot meet, and I believe. I rise a child again. I wake up a wild one takes me there.